Island is where I am. I got invited to an anime convention in Toronto to stream from it. And it was like, the perks, we'll give you a free pass. I'm like, I ain't fucking flying to Toronto and like paying for a hotel. Fuck that. I don't know, gameplay's pretty good. Red kind. You can go play outside without going to play outside. I'm outside right now. It's all in your head, man. All right, well, this has been a very slow lead up. Sorry for the very long, slow start to the stream today, guys. But I do have to say a real quick thank you to everybody who's tuning in, who's tolerating with my babbles. To the folks over on the 53 folks watching on the YouTube and I don't even know how many's on Twitch. And also the 177 of you here on Twitch who are meh on an Oblivion remake. Some of you are real excited. We'll see. 1 million year world gen? No, we're going to be trying to finish the fortress that I've been playing. Is what I'm going to be doing. Because honestly, the whole million copies thing kind of snuck up on me. And so I don't really have any fancy plans for today. Outside of, let's try and finish this fort. Got not $70 interested? Well, I mean, in Canada, games are $90 now, so... That's also another thing. It's very hard to get me interested in a full price release these days. I would like to enter money, so we're gonna try. We are going to try. But my camera's gonna disappear for a second, so hold up. For a moment there, I thought OBS crashed, but it didn't. It just hitched. But we are now recording. Everything's all good to go. And as a reminder, if you're watching here on Twitch and would like to help out the YouTube stream at absolutely no cost to you, here's a link where you can go do that. You could lurk in both or just go leave a like or do whatever you like. Did I ever buy that Dwarf Fortress book? Which one? For this show. Which one? There's several. You mean the guidebook that came out recently? I was given it because I'm in it. Or I'm in the special thanks section. Do I recommend it? Sure, it's neat. If you're talking about the old guidebook, probably not, outside of a weird curiosity at this point. And if you're talking about Tarn Adams and Tanya Short's books, they're not really about Dwarf Fortress, they are about programming. But I will be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have bought the Dwarf Fortress book if I wasn't given a copy. Because I know how to play the game already. And Fangamer is fucking expensive for what it is. I feel that way about all of their merch, actually. Like, it's cool what it is, and it's well made, but it's way too expensive for what it is. There you go, Shy Pandemonium. You need it, you're a newbie? I mean, it's a really cool little reference book. I'll say that. Like, it's got good information in it. If you like a physical manual for a thing, it is cool. It's also a hardcover, which is nice. I talked about my take on Project Zomboid about 20 minutes ago. Here's the TLDR version. I like playing Project Zomboid when I'm bad at Project Zomboid. I don't like getting good at Project Zomboid, so every time I start to get slightly better at Project Zomboid, I enjoy it less, and I hate playing it with people who know what they're doing. I think it's a fun game with 4 friends who have no idea what they're doing, who are accepting that they have no idea what they're doing, who go jack the nearest car, grab baseball bats, and drive directly into the most dangerous part of town and die horribly. That's how I enjoy Project Zomboid. Actually, playing Project Zomboid is one of the most dull gameplay experiences you could possibly have. That's my take on Project Zomboid. Before it's out of date, though? Quite some time. Probably. I mean, there will likely be stuff added to the game in the next year. that won't be included, but the information that's there will likely still be relevant. As an example, all of the tutorials I've made for Dwarf Fortress are all, with the exception of one which I remade and re-uploaded about a year ago, are all still relevant. JM Darko, I will state the same thing I said a second ago. We talked about a lot of games that I like and don't like over the last 30 minutes, and I'm not going to repeat myself. That's it. Sorry. No, I don't like CDDA. I think it's painfully boring and overdeveloped. You had a rough morning? Hopefully it improves. Welcome to the arena, my friends. Today the fights begin. I guess celebrating 1 million Dwarf Fortress sales? Currently, we are bringing a bunch of cages into here, including a guinea pig and various goblins, amongst other things. I'm going to hook all of these cages up to a series of levers. Then we are going to lock probably some animals and livestock on these chains. And then we're going to release the Cyclops and a couple goblins at a time, with the goal of training up the Cyclops a little bit and then recatching it in a new cage trap after the fact. And I'm going to see if we can make my Cyclops into a champion, because that Cyclops has 5 artifact weapons equipped. I think it's a Cyclops, not a giant, right? Hold on. Let me just double check that it's a Cyclops. Yes, it is a Cyclops. Has 5... Oh, never mind. That's the it's the giant that has all the stuff equipped. There, this person. Yes. Has 5 artifact items in their inventory. And because they have all these items, they've begun training these skills a little bit. I'm going to try and increase those items a little bit. So ideally, someone will come up here and grab this eventually. But as for the dwarves in the fort currently, we've got Corpseman, YouTube, and Bastet, as well as Greg and Then Some, Josh the Second, and Bones Jonesy, as well as Lexagon, and Arthur the Second, Mana O Peace 420, and B-Lug, as well as Raiklu the Second, and Zacher, and Dodge This, as well as Sideburns, and Sedge 100, and Romanoid Troll. Mouse Beater, and Diamond Destruct would like Diamond 2. What kind of dwarf would you like? Who else do I have here? Lanix, who is the queen. Also, the king consort's available, amongst other things. There's a couple nobles that are available, actually. Lightning Roger and Ilmirin the Second, as well as Radbug and Blue Ice. Origin 64, Inner Bunny, and For the Horde, Stormwolf, and Tapioke, as well as Demonster, who grew up here and is now my champion. We also have some Otters and Q and Green Tea and Masmaras. We also have Hilmar. Also, Masmaras is the Sacred Skull, which is an awesome title. We got Keyfry, who's a little bit annoyed and upset with her life these days. The king is... Oh, wait, no, the king isn't pissed. It's Etor who's pissed. Anyway, we got George II and Leo R, as well as Nate and Journey from the YouTube chat, as well as No Food 36, also from the YouTube chat, Raging Cave and Nestor. And as I scroll down, we've got Stonecoat and Forest Owner and Mathalic. And who else do we have? Clockwork the Second, Logic No, who gifted a mug earlier today. Thank you very much for that. Rad Fogel the Second and Kid Tawari. We also have Swagging Castle and Shy Pandemonium. And we have Dulken and Freeways and Aluri and Zalvi the Second and GIC and Sharpshooter and Glibjo Mama and Magukome. And there's only a few more down here. Methalic the Second, who's growing up quite rapidly and quite happy. And Armitage and Lilbaza. So you don't always die immediately, Zavi. How's the fort? Just getting started. Bioactive, you did in fact die. Yeah. You joined the military because you really wanted to join the military, and then you got into conflict with a forgotten beast, which paralyzed and suffocated every single dwarf it came in contact with. So I lost like a third of my military, and it sucked. I will try my damnedest, bootlegger. What's the plan for the fort today? Become Mountain Home, dig too deeply, make forgotten beasts fight demons in the cool arena that I have right here. Wait, no, right here. Yes. That's the plan. No biggie. Diamond. Machine operator, or make beard if possible. Okay. I've got Nish, the pump oppie, this guy, or... Yeah, logic knows the only mechanic. So, does this work? Legendary pump operator. Pump up the jam is what he do. The jam in this case being the lava, of course. That's what you're looking at right here. This is the viewer area where they have windows and the ceilings are glass. And in my headcanon, they can see. They can't actually see. I don't want them to see because that would be very bad for the dwarves. But you can imagine that this is the viewing area. And I'll maybe expand it out to here a little bit or something. But Pumpy, no, actually has a full-time job pumping lava. Believe it or not. Truly is fulfilled by assisting those in need, is private to the point of paranoia, unwilling to reveal even basic information about himself, except for pumping. And he is bashful, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and likes to keep his things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He rarely feels discouraged, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual, or live differently from himself. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and is very humble. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and values sacrifice and values romance. He likes brimstone and steel, as well as red beryl and giant loon bone, the color dark indigo, bucklers, and sheep for their wool, and the sound of the tulip of sparkling in the sight of the meandering lyrics, and when possible prefers to consume fruit wine and hates brown recluse spiders. Someone told you 5 years ago I would be impressed. I mean, if someone told me that I could comfortably run 200 plus dwarves, I would be surprised. The 7x7 would have been unheard of at the time. Wait, did it actually say banana wine? What? Passion fruit wine. I was gonna say, what? You want to make romance. Well, quit being so paranoid then. You do have one friend. You're friends with the doctor. You're a member of the Order of Dust, and you worship the god of death. Welcome to the fortress. So we've got a little bit of time before everything gets placed in here. And that's going to take a little bit. So let's just let them get some stuff put away here, I think. Oopsies, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to see, well, okay. Let's just follow some stuff that's getting constructed. Because we're also doing a lot of actual construction. Pump it up. This is true. So yeah, like I said, the plan for today is to dig too deeply. We've kind of partially done that. I mean, there's currently a fire-breathing tick down here who will probably make fight something pretty soon here. But, or I need to kill it, one of the two. I either need to figure out how to kill it safely, or I need to make it fight something, and I'm not sure which. I don't really want it to just, like, murk this part of the military, because that... I just realized that this dwarf is married to Snail the Second. Was that the one that died in this fort? Maybe. I'm wondering if it was the one that, from the previous fort. Anyway, I do have this fire-breathing tick demon down here who I released when I caved in the floor. So I'm going to need to fix that, because that's a bit of an issue. And I have another one caught in here, right about there? No, this guy. Yeah, this one is another burning tick demon, which is Phantom Moisten, which is a funny name. That, or I could like just release one of the Forgotten Beasts and let it fight down there. I could do it either way, but maybe we should do that. I don't know. What do you do? Huge one, one-eyed ox pecker with noxious secretions. What other beasts do I have on the map right now? Ads are about to run. I'm not going to do anything major until the ads are done, though. Because there's also you, but you're pretty far away. Ooh. You know what I could do? Do I have a... I do. Why don't I just open this drawbridge and see if it goes and fights that Forgotten Beast? What do you think? I'll say Kaiser. Bye, Kaiser. It's going to be unicorn bone trinkets. I kind of wish that bone trinkets for unicorns were worth more, because they're about the same as horses, but okay, so we're just gonna do that. I'm just gonna open this lever and we are going to see if I can get that demon to fight this critter. Although, actually, hold on. I may have to do something first. Let me just check. Yeah, I'm going to need to deconstruct a wall first. I'm going to have to get rid of this to do this. Thankfully, like, this is actually really close. Does the arena have a name? I had not contemplated that. Naming the arena. So no, I guess. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do... Let's go all the way... Oops. All the way up to here and dig through this. I'm also going to queue up... Just see how much dolomite flooring I currently have. Actually, let's just do walls for this. That's the part that takes a little longer, I find. Because in order to do this, I'm going to have to kind of be a little cautious here. Because in a lot of ways, this whole fort is just being very careful about where I put things. How about the Millennia Arena? Or, I don't know. It's not really millions sold. Millions sold is too many syllables. It could be like the chat arena sponsored by chat, currently named after whoever gifted the last sub. So the just some eggs in a pot arena. And now it's the Ilmiran arena of the Dwarfy Beeries. It's sorry, it just got renamed Egg. Because, you know, I didn't hit the minimum yesterday, and so thus I have to sell the cost of the stream, right? In the format of Arena. Maybe we'll hit the minimum today. That'd be nice, but... Chucky Chunky cheeses would be what? A Dwarf Fortress Chuck E. Cheese? What kind of animatronics would they have, though? That's the question. Plump helmet men. Only the plumpest of helmet men, let me tell you. Only the plumpest. You know, Copper Titans is my new punk band. And the first album art is just them stealing copper. Speaking of bands, New King, it's been 160 something days since the last New King Gizzard song, and they just released a new song. And it fucking bangs. Listened to it 3 times this morning. It was a good way to start the day. It was, oh shit, New Gizzard! You mean a bronze Colossus? There are no Copper Titans in Dwarf Fortress. They're made of bronze, but unless you modded your game. Could sit the pit as a zone and then change it to the zone name. You're not wrong. We could do that, and then I wouldn't forget it immediately. Like, we could call this... The question is, what do I make it, though? Maybe a dungeon? Although then prisoners would get tied up in there. That would be grim. No, that's the problem is if I make it into a meeting zone, then people will actually go and hang out there. I think animal, honestly, let's just make it a pit. It's probably the actual way to do it. It's a pit. And we can call it... I don't want it to be something that gets auto-assigned to something. I mean, the pit is just a bit too easy. I'm just going to call it the arena. And whenever somebody comes up with a better name or throws money in the chat with a name, I will rename it to whomever threw money in the chat last. Well, I'm going to just go with that because I'm currently creatively bankrupt. I also need to dig underneath it, so, you know. Important final steps here. The mosh pit. The marsh pit. So, Ilmirin, you get to name it. What am I calling the arena for right now? Can dwarves throw rotten tomatoes? God, I wish they could. Well, I mean, technically they can, just not on order. Pokemon Stadium. There you go. Your wish hath been granted. I've also got some goblin thieves in here now. I'm also going to go up to here, and I'm going to place a lever. 2 jet mechanisms. Nintendo is coming for me. It's okay. I'll live. The Forgotten Beast, Sat Osmozbgu has come. An enormous blob composed of vomit. It has a round shell and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison gas. That checks out. You know, with the vomit and all that. Oh, okay, well, this is on that level with that other one. And it's also really slow. That's not the frame rate being bad. It's just really slow. This thing doesn't seem to care too much. Just waiting on some dwarves to, you know, gather all the stuff out of here. Oh, right, I was gonna make lighter doors, wasn't I? I just need some doors that don't weigh a ton. Ooh, cinnabar doors would look cool. Let's make 50 cinnabar doors. So frame rate's gonna be real bad for a minute, though. Yeah, we're down to the low 30s. Because channeling stuff is a very frame rate intensive activity. But it'll let me dig out underneath the arena. Which one of you, Kate? So someone emptied too many chamber pots in one pit at the same time. Is what happened there, I think. These dwarves are so upset. Oh no! Keyfry's haggard. Why are you haggard, Keyfry? Need to eat a good meal. I'm actually gonna take you off of crafting. How do we bet on fights? I don't really have any kind of infrastructure built for that. I mean, I could do predictions if you want. But I find those tend to just start arguments in chat, so I kind of don't really want any animosity around. For the umptillionth time, there's a pub up here. There's a window there. I'm not going to let the dwarves actually see the fights. Because 1, they won't like it. 2, they'll all run away in fear. 3, I want to actually be able to complete my goals in this fort, and traumatizing every single dwarf simultaneously is not going to help that goal. I've stated this like 1,100 times. We already have a tavern with a viewing balcony. I don't know what more you want from me. That's it. Means bonus algorithm? Yeah, it's bad when they unsubscribe, yell at me, cuss out my mods, and unfollow, though. So, no. That's what I mean. Like, it started, like, legitimate, like, animosity in my chat before. So, maybe funny for you, I guess, is what I would say. In regards to, like, murking my dwarves' moods. There's generally this, like, thing that I have, and I realize this is just me being, like, a stickler weirdo. I like my community, and I want to keep it that way. And things that start arguments just kind of upset me. But we can try. If y'all ruin a good thing, you ruin a good thing, and then we ain't doing the good thing again, okay? It's pretty simple. Do I construct to know, like, from could the is for have it? Chat, I'm going to read this out loud, and I'm curious if anybody can help me decipher this message in YouTube chat. In Dwarf Fortress, if one of the dwarves is, has, for, before, like, to, have, when, the, between, of, first is to give me a petition for a meeting hall, do I construct to know, like, from could the is for have it? I beg your fucking pardon? Are you okay? Like, do you need help? Have you seen a doctor recently? You might need one. I'm sorry, I genuinely think that might be like a copy pasta, right? You build it in either order. Yes, I can. That's the response. That reads like it's directed, it's like directly Google translated. But you make a meeting hall, you assign it to the guild hall they want, and I usually accept it after the fact because you have 3 months to accept it in game and then 3 months to build it once you've accepted it. I mean, yeah, I got that much kind of written, but like, I felt like I was losing brain cells reading that comment, and I... So this thing appears to be very slowly moving towards the other Forgotten Beast. I've realized I've left my water bottle in the other room. I will be right back. I also checked on my baby tomatoes. Boy. Somehow the entire fort collapsed while he was gone. You know, if I lost a single dwarf while I was gone, that would have been funny. But it would be pretty hard for the whole fort to collapse while I'm gone. Like, maybe accidentally releasing a demon into the basement would do her. I could just catch this thing. This thing is so goddamn slow, though. But I want it to fight that demon. Okay, so you're on layer 25. And you're on layer 12. So if I... Ooh. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to go to that tick demon in the underworld. This guy. Need to tell him to deconstruct that. And then also put a door right here. So let's go here. Place a cinnabar door. Which will hopefully get done quicker than not. Let's also go here and go dolomite. Dolomite. Whoops. Go all the way around with the dolomite. Once this door is here, then I can send a single miner down to the bottom to go mine through, and then we release everything. I'm in the credits for it. I some more. But yes, we have in fact seen it. We actually watched part 4 this morning. It's very fun for me, like, spotting all the different forts that I made for it. I didn't make all of them. I think part 4 has the least footage from me. Just the adventure mode stuff was me. Although there was some seed vault and ghost candy stuff at the beginning. of part 4. And Danny O'Dwyer posted on Blue Sky, and I presume Twitter as well, that he's hoping to do an episode 5 in a couple of years. So fingers crossed we get an episode 5 in a couple of years, because that would be cool. It must be weird to be in Steph's position, like Tarn's wife.
Armitage_82 cheered. X100. Montreal Canadorfs are adapted to be the name for the arena. They will be fighting Goblina Hurricanes tomorrow.
Okay, sorry, I need to reread that. What the heck did you want me to call the arena? Montreal Canadorfs. Wouldn't it be like the Canadidorfs? Or the Canadidorfs? Whatever, we'll roll with that. Well, she's like, I wouldn't say Tarn is famous per se, but he's kind of like me, where he's extremely famous in very specific parts of the internet. Like, I don't get recognized often, but when I do, I can tell from, like, the other side of the road that someone recognizes me because they look at me really funny. All right, so next person to throw money at stream gets to rename the arena. That's what we're going with. I mean, 200s, you must be really old, Armitage. Well, I'm happy to help. You know, I've said this before as well. Like, Dwarf Fortress hit 1 million copies sold, right? I genuinely wonder how many of them either didn't refund or bought the game because of seeing my videos. Like, I will never know that number. I wish I knew that number, because that would be fascinating to know. I mean, you don't have to be neurodivergent to see somebody you think you recognize and go, wait, is that actually what I think it is? It's not really like an awkward, it's more of a, huh. Like, I had someone at me on Blue Sky once and say, I just saw you from my car on this street. But that was back on the mainland. That was weird. Because I was very clearly walking. But that would be really creepy. I mean, it's what happens when you plaster your face in YouTube videos and they happen to get views. You don't like it when anyone recognizes you, though? I don't like it when people recognize me and then walk up to me while I'm eating or in a hurry to get somewhere. As long as people are polite, I don't care. Like, if I'm in the middle of a meal, do not walk up to me if you see me in public. That's my only request. Just waiting for this door to be done. Okay, well, you're carrying a human in a cage down. It's gonna take a while. Human zombie. Oh, that's in the wrong screen. I'm trying to find whoever's building the door. Yeah, whatever, I'll follow you. I mean, famous, not fam house. Oh, looks like Kid Corey is placing the door. Although I've heard through the grapevine that like where I live is a place that famous people like to hang out because we're polite to famous people, supposedly. Like we don't in like the greater Vancouver area, and oh, I screwed this one up. Whatever. I'll fix it after. Like in this area, we are known for being polite to famous people. And I've heard in more than one interview that they go out of their way to film in Vancouver or like hang out in this area because you can, you know, be in public and not. What's the task? Remove construction. That's what it is. Not get mobbed. We don't quite have the same paparazzi culture. But somebody randomly walking up to me and saying, I like your YouTube videos is always cool. There's no problem with that. I think if somebody randomly joined me while I was out drinking or eating, I would be very upset and probably say no. Boom, boom. It's nothing personal, but especially if I don't know you. Unless I'm sitting at a bar. But I basically don't order food when I'm at a bar. If I'm sitting at a bar, then you can absolutely wander up and say hi. But if I'm at a table, no. Stay away from me. Is a bit suspicious? Master. That probably means that they are... Because master usually either means criminal organization or... Let's just watch you go up. Master usually either means criminal organization or alternatively goblin civilization. Okay, let's now go to the beasts. Oh! Where'd the other one go? Well, you didn't kill it. Culture is culture. Well, it depends on if I'm eating or at a bar. If I'm sitting at a bar, I can walk up and... I mean, if it's somebody that I know, then that's different, right? But if I don't know you, I often want to be left alone. Okay. But it entirely depends on the day. Let's follow this tick demon. So this is a fire-breathing tick demon. That can fly. Why is it going back down? Oh, did it miss the... Okay. That's an odd route for it to take. Why'd you go back to where you was? Huh. Looks like it was trying to bash the wall down. I mean, it wasn't trying to bash the wall down. It was just going... It went up the stairs and then back down the stairs. I know I have an exit to this, and it's right there. So it should have access to this cavern there. And then let's also open this one, which is currently closed. Yes, they lose the ability to climb. This is true. Although they could jump down if they needed to. This tree is a bit of a problem. Because this also has fire. It's a towering leech composed of yellow jasper. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware it's fire. I'm not positive it can fly. And also for this thing, do you have any kills? No, it hasn't killed any of my dwarves. Yeah, it might be stuck. Sometimes with like AI, like the units, if a dwarf has some climbing skill, they'll often just climb down. Most dwarves just have no climbing skill, which is usually the problem. Okay, so I'm just gonna close this drawbridge behind it and go psych. I'm also going to close this drawbridge. So it's now in the same cavern layer as that beast, and there's an ad running, so I will pause. So any bets? What do you guys think is going to win? The Tick Demon or the Forgotten Beast when they fight? And should we do a channel points betting prediction? Do you guys want to gamble your points away and probably lose them all? I will quickly set up a prediction, but I won't start it until they are actively fighting. One is a tick and it shoots fire, and the other is a forgotten beast made of yellow jasper. I will start it when they collide. It's ready to go, though. Gamblers stop right before winning big. Uh-huh. I have a glass spiral ramp staircase here, wondering how well something like that would function as a primary staircase for a fort. It took me about 6 hours to build that. And it's only maybe a dozen layers because I had to go through an aquifer. It would function. It would just be very time consuming to build. So if you're willing to put the time in to make it perfectly functional. Yeah, they did a very good job on it, Daryl, in YouTube chat. So because this thing can fly, it'll hopefully path down to that beast. But is going in... is now named. Oh, it went and... Oh, it killed the ball of vomit. It killed the vomit ball! See? Because that was set. Yellow Riddle's the Forgotten Beast. That's kind of funny. So now it's coming back after killing that first Forgotten Beast. And now, as far as I can tell, it's pathing towards the other one. So, I will start the prediction now. You have 1 minute to do your predictions. And YouTube chat, unfortunately, there is no way for you to take part in this. I haven't done one of these in so goddamn long. Well, it was literally a ball composed of vomit. What did you miss? This Forgotten Beast is going to battle, do battle against a Forgotten Beast is going to do battle against a Tick Demon. They both shoot fire. This is a tick demon. It's a one-eyed tick. It has lacy wings and it belches and croaks. Its slate gray exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its fire. The other is a forgotten beast that has fireballs. That is a noodle composed of jasper. And if you want, you can gamble your channel points on who wins. All right, so now we wait on the result because predictions are closed. It does have to path to it, though, which is... I thought it was, but now it's going in some other direction, which is a little odd. I was going to say, I swear to God, if this thing just ends up in my fort, I'm going to be upset. I mean, I too value Kraftwerk because the Das Autobahn is a banger. You know what I'm saying? You know it, boom boom. This is a bug. She's never the slightest bit. Oh shit, she? They're gendered. You could breed them. What's that other one that I have? No, not you. The other one. Yeah. You could, in theory, breed them. It's just a percent chance. Sometimes they're gendered, sometimes they're not. Because demons are wild animals, whereas forgotten beasts are one-offs. In Fire Orb, that ball of demons I had was actively replicating. And there was, I think it was called Stonewater. Maybe it was Heatstone. I think it was Stonewater. One of the last forts I did in version 47 had a purple amethyst demons that were gendered that only had quintuplets and triplets. So they were like self-replicating at a ludicrous rate to the point where there was about 400 of them on the screen at one point, and I had to cave in a chunk of level of the map to crush them to get rid of them. Is there something that prevents demon training? They don't have the training tag? So, but I've seen screenshots of people with trained demons before, so I feel like that would require you catching them in a cage and then probably modifying the game. I don't think that's a thing in vanilla. Although, admittedly, I've never tried. But I'm pretty sure that requires like at least one usage of make own. I mean, it was dust from the ball of vomit, I think. Probably. Oh, no, actually, that was probably something caving in close to them from the fire. Can't goblins tame demons? No, it's the other way around. Oh, for fuck. Speaking of tame things. I hate rhinos. Okay, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I hate rhinos, guys. There's too many of them. They eat too much. They're annoying to feed. Okay. Real life rhinos are cool. Naturally. What else would they be doing, Shaku? Now, the problem with this prediction is now I need to wait until they encounter each other. It's about... The beast is about half of the map to the left from this thing. So I'm hoping it'll eventually path there, but thankfully it is moving around a lot, which means it'll probably end up in the right place eventually. Rhino BBQ incoming. Yeah, I should probably just butcher a bunch of rhinos. I actually haven't had to do a rhino purge yet. Ironically, the amount of food we have has actually gone down quite a bit. We were at 18,000 food for a minute there. And we were above 10k meat for a minute as well. Then I sold a bunch of it. The meat, not the food. Only 600 beer, though? You don't need that much beer. Dwarves only drink every 6 weeks. That's actually, no, they eat every 6 weeks. They only drink every 3 weeks. I've had like 500 to 600 beer this entire fort, more or less. We're not really much of an exporter of anything, because I haven't exported anything in the last 2 years because the humans keep invading me during the fall. Which is really annoying, by the way, because this map is big enough that it takes them about half a season to get into the fort to kill them, and I'm not going to go fight them on the surface because my dwarves are all cave adapted. So the result is, by the time I've killed them all, I've missed the trading window. So this is a wee bit annoying. I do hope it does the turning around thing, and because the other Forgotten Beast is down here, right? Yeah, it's there. So like it's accessible to this guy, but we need it to come all the way over here. Something I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to open this up again. Because Beastie is now out. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm also going to throw a drawbridge over here. Sure. And then I'm also going to go... Oopsies. Back up to here. Grab you. Start hooking these up. And then check the status of the giant. Okay, shoutouts to Cole. Theater closes, who is very slowly hauling a giant down and into the fort. Let's also check to make sure I don't have any strange moods. Okay, let's go back to the following the tick demon. Oh, it's not on screen currently. So beast it is then. You know, this might be kind of cheesy. Chat, would you judge me if I teleported this demon onto the ground? Or this Forgotten Beast onto the ground? I don't have too much fish because I literally stopped fishing like over a decade ago so that I would have less food. It fell? Okay. I'm literally just moving it directly beneath where it was. Oh, it would help if I unpause the game. Also, it can fucking fly. Oh, no, it can't fly. It just jumped down. Okay. Okay, let's see. Is the tick demon back on screen yet? Nope. This thing is real slow. You know, it might have literally been sitting there and a tree grew up underneath it. That can happen. Obviously, it's exceptionally unlikely, but no, demons cannot leave the map. They're like forgotten beasts. Once they're on the map, they're just on the map. But there are sections of this cavern that I haven't explored. So, quite a few sections of this cavern, actually, that I haven't explored. That little hole in the floor with the tree growing through it, was it channeling you did, or did the mushroom burst through the floor? I don't know what you're talking about, but mushrooms can't break through floors. Unless you're chopping them down, and then they'll remove the floor beneath them, but... YouTube agrees that it was napping. So... A new challenger has arrived. Kona, Rithmalakabi, has come. A gigantic armadillo with external ribs. It has a curling trunk and a bloated body. Its eyes glow scarlet. Its gray hair is straight. Beware its poison vapor. Citation needed. Where the fuck did you come from? And why are you on fire? So, hold on a second. Has this thing just been in this tree for 100 years and the fire exposed it to me? Because this was a locked off area of the map before. I mean, died depth is accurate. How many kills do you have? He killed something named Bone Gut. I do remember that one. Osod? Crawlfleck? This thing... It killed a red panda? This thing has been killing forgotten beasts while I've been in this fort. 2 of them. I recognize both of those names. It was killing forgotten beasts on my map, and I didn't even know it was there. Huh. Okay, well, another challenger has arrived, I guess. Still don't know where that tick demon went. I should probably go and check in on the arena periodically. There's also the bits and pieces of this one. Mangled vomit. I mean, the beast was just really stealthy, I think. One piece at a time. There's a lot of forgotten beasts that have died in this area, by the way, over the months and years. Okay, so the other one has come back. I feel like we should follow this guy. Although it is going in the wrong direction again. Okay, so you are up here. Whereas the other beast is down here. So if a Forgotten Beast never enters your line of sight, they remain stealthed. But if something catches fire, it de-stealths it. So it's possible that I just never saw it and it got de-stealthed, which would expose it on in like the fog of war, essentially. Because I've seen that happen before with Cavern Invaders. I mean, Mega Beasts can heal the same way dwarves can, but permanent injuries are permanent. So, like, if you lose an arm, that arm is gone. Got a Bone Carver who's been taken by a Feymood. Probably make something out of rhinos. Okay, so this one seems like it's going towards the other one. Is currently up here. And the beast that we were following is over here. These two are pretty close together. Where's the tick? Okay, so the other one's disappeared off the map again. I may have to reveal all to find it. Three of them went missing. Rip. Well, I mean, they can be within your line of sight if they go missing. You just can't find them by, like, it's just not listed in your stocks. It just means no dwarves have seen it. So something can go missing within your line of sight. It's a funny way to refer to it. I mean, I wasn't referring to this as stealthy. It's the other Forgotten Beast that was stealthy. Where the fuck are you going? It's going away from the other one. Maybe the tick's back on the map? It is. Oh, and it's moving. Like, quickly. Directly towards the other beast. We may get the fight now. Well, it's pathing around the smoke now. That's the thing, though. I don't read those, Shaka. Whenever companies try to send me my data and talk about it like it's a cool thing that they're doing, all the tracking of my data, I go, oh God, you're tracking my data. Why are you tracking my data? And then I feel kind of upset, and then I immediately just delete it or exit out of it. So I don't know what my longest streak was, no. So the Tick Demon has fired a ball of fire at the beast. It's going to be a hard fight to follow because of how vertical it is. The Tick Demon breathes a ball of fire, hurls a ball of fire. The Tick Demon kicks the Forgotten Beast on the left wing with her 5th foot, fracturing it. So the demon's wing is now fractured. They're breathing fire. The fire is going to be very ineffective due to all the water. Because even if this beast is flammable, which it might not be, it's just going to, you know, immediately become steam. The Tick Demon kicks the Forgotten Beast in the body with her 4th foot, but the attack lances away. So the Tick Demon is kicking it repeatedly. They appear to be... Okay, so the Forgotten Beast appears to be unable to hit it. Also, I think demons train. I think. Maybe not. Novice thrower? Are you training throwing by throwing fire? Okay, now they're fighting in melee range, which is good for the viewing. Tick Demon kicks it, Forgotten Beast attacks it. So yeah, the demon doesn't appear to be able to damage it, but it doesn't appear to be able to hit it. We're now following the demon again. Oh, something landed on the ground. So the Forgotten Beast's leg has landed on the ground, but it can't bleed. Also, hold on, what are you? It's a leech. Wing, okay. Not leg. Wing. I was like, leeches don't have legs. Sorry, I missed, that's my bad. Also, there's actually 2 wings. Left and right wings, so it has no wings left. It's the beast's wings have been severed. And they're fighting each other in a puddle. The tick demon is getting rapidly pushed backwards and appears to be dodging fairly effectively. And also, yeah, okay, it is in fact training. So I was correct. Demons do train. We are making a monster, my friends. And it appears that the tick demon has won. So, to those of you who predicted that the tick demon would win, congratulations, you get arbitrary points that don't mean much, but you did. So, who wins? Choose outcome. Fire, tick, demon. Well played. Chad Broski, thanks for the 5-pack. And Thick Jarrett, thanks for the Prime subscription. So, Chad, you get to rename my arena today. What would you name a Dwarven Beast Battle Arena? And Dilphomassensaurus? Massinanus? Massaroris? I give up assist. Thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back. And also, that's a hype train, apparently. So... And eggs, thanks for the $1.
Eggs in a pot cheered. X100. Tick demon on top.
Tick demon on top. Tick demon win the fight. You thought they were supposed to be immune to cage traps? No, they're not. I don't think they've ever been, have they?
I see I joined at a great time today, laughing face.
They are if they're from your own fort. Because then they would know where the traps are. They aren't if they're not from your fort. What a hype train means? It means if you put money into my channel right now, until the number hits 0 at the top, you get emotes that you get to keep forever, and you get some bragging rights. It's fear of missing out mechanics to make streamer money. That's what it is.
This is Sparta!
Cathode, thanks for the $1, and Josh, thank you very much for the $3, and Armitage with the penny. I don't know. Well, I mean, until somebody who, I mean, actually, technically, you don't get to choose anymore because other people are throwing money. And I was saying that the last person to throw money into the channel gets to name it, but you don't have time. I'll put it that way, to think of a name. So I don't know how I'm actually doing this.
Josh the 123 cheered.
Not the Pokemon Stadium. Okay. I wasn't expecting that to pop off the way it did. I need to.
Unemployed.
So now I've got this thing.
X100. Not Pokemon Coliseum.
I'm just gonna do this. There's no rules now. No rules, just demons. Yes, correct. Gunzone wants you to post beers, chat. So post beers. And seriously, everybody, thank you for all the bits and the gift subs. I appreciate you guys greatly. It means a lot. It really does. The clock is ticking, demon. I mean, should we? I don't think we need another prediction for this one. Is it gonna turn around though? Thank you very much for liking the stream, Patrick King. So, it's off screen. The hype train is running. I'm going to go use the toilet. Don't do anything silly while I'm gone. Thanks for the 36 pennies.
Bill.cat cheered, X100.
All right. I've returned. Clearly, you've done nothing stupid. Let's see where the... Thanks for the 8 pennies and the $1, Build-A-Cat. In order for the hype train to level up again, it needs an additional 6 subscriptions or 28 dollars in bits. But thank you very much for the hype train. Yesterday was very, very slow, so it's nice to recover that a little bit. This is terrible. Just some eggs in a pot. Go to settings, go to difficulty, go to custom, scroll down to Cavern Dweller, and set those numbers to 0. They'll go away. Well, I mean, I would tell people that, but then they would stop throwing... Well, actually, maybe I should tell more people that, Build-A-Cat, so they would stop throwing 36 pennies at a time. I'm not sure if it's like $1 total or individual increments. Okay, now where are you? What happened is they're poorly balanced and need a rebalance. Even Tarn recommends you just remove them from the game for right now. I hope that there's something that gets some love during the next update cycle. Seems like Keyfry is going to prison. And 1 cheer or a sub to get the emotes. Well, there you go. Thank you very much for the little hype train, chat. The 8 subscriptions and the $8.55 in bits. Oh, hey, I got the good emote. Cool. I think that one's actually real good. I will never remember it and never use it, but it's a pretty good emote, actually. I think Tarn literally meant, like, remove the raws from the game, but, like, just nerfing them in the difficulty settings is more than sufficient. Oh, wow. This demon is pathing up. Pretty quickly, too. I hope it doesn't have a way into the fort. I hope not. I don't really want it to be the mascot, to be honest. Eh, fuck it. We'll just catch it in this. It'll be 1 tile off, but it'll be okay. Let's do that. Throw Billy Goat in here. And go down to here. Well, actually, don't go down to here. Just unlock this. Go down to this. Jump up to this. Actually, no, jump up to this. And track down the lever room while way too zoomed in is what I'm going to do. Pro tip, don't hit caps lock when trying to hit controls that require you hitting shift. Just a pro tip, you know? This is a underground fortress, and thus every dwarf in the fort is cave adapted. If you're surprised by the vomit, you've never played this game before. Of course there's vomit in the entry staircase. That's why I made the floors green. Silly. In other news, I also need to pump some water into here, so let's pull this. I'll go up to here and pump this. If you have to ask that question, you already know the answer, Shaku. Or a demon in a cage. The way you catch something that is trap avoid, like a forgotten beast or a demon in a cage, is by using the tricks that you use to catch those beasts in a cage. So, yes. Is it intended? No. You have to force them to lie down on the trap. You can do this with a web or by knocking them over. I do that in the Gremlin video to Gremlins. Bits are more transparent, but I do get 70% of the revenue of subscriptions on this channel. And that is the same split approximately as bits. Because you just pay the split when you buy the bits, right? If you want 100% to go to the streamer, don't pay money through Twitch. Tip through PayPal or subscribe to my blog. I prefer clear glass, but clear glass is kind of a pain in the ass to make, to be honest. All right, so the edge should be done. And also, let's check you. Are you still crafting? Must have bones! We already have those. Logs, yep. Let's make sure I've still got more logs. Yep. Raw green glass. Why? Everything wants fucking raw green glass. Diamond's gonna go operate pumps. Go do it. Just got back from 2 minutes of commercials. Minute and 30 seconds. If 2 minutes happen, then something is very wrong. You should not be getting 2 minutes of commercials on my channel. A human empty stalker is fighting with a vulture? Excuse me? Oh. Right. It's friendly. You rounded? Well, I'll have you know that a minute and 30 seconds of ads is the minimum amount of ads I can show to not have pre-rolls. So it's either you get a minute of ads every time you refresh the stream or tune into the stream, or you get them on a schedule where I can compensate for them and pause the game. Those are the options. I think that the automated ads are better. And if you want them to go away, figure out how to block them or subscribe. And honestly, I I like this more because I can see when there's an ad break happening. I get a big ass pop up at the top of the screen, so I am more aware than anybody when there's ads. What was I doing? Right, pumping stuff. Also, investments are open if anybody cares. I think that green glass is really nice as like an accent. I think when it is the whole aesthetic, I think it's kind of ugly. They're immune to the webs that they shoot. In my experience. CEJ. So generally, I would presume that that would mean that they are simply immune to the webs that they shoot. This is not dangerous at all. But like I said earlier, or knocking them backwards. That's sketchy. Just going to do this. Thankfully, this dwarf's cleaning all this stuff up. I saw a baby there for a second. Pretty sure it was a dwarf carrying their baby, but... the digging is great. How did... Well, that's a problem. Honey, we got a demon out on the surface. I don't know how you got outside, but apparently it got outside. Like, genuinely, I have no idea how it got up here. Huh. Well, where's my giant? Okay, so you're right there. Clearly its planet needs it. Well, hopefully it can clear up some sieges. Also, Obak is dead, I guess? It's just sitting here. It's not moving. Okay, now it's moving. It's very far away from my fortress, too. Whatever that's worth. Once you've deleted the alert, don't delete the alert. Up here are historic alerts, but they're not, like, the easiest to sort through. So if you click on this button, you can get, like, a lot of historic alerts. So if you strike something, usually it shows up here. Sometimes it doesn't, though. Like, it's not the most consistent of menus. But I would say don't delete the alert. But yeah, this is the button I would click on. This does give you a lot of historic alerts. Like, as you can see, the Forgotten Beast arriving, various guests visiting, labors being finished, this sort of thing. It also doesn't have a complete history. It has to clear the list occasionally. You set that demon free? Not intentionally. So there is that. Also, now there's a Forgotten Beast here. How did you get up here? I'm very confused. How did you go from the bottom cavern layer to up here? Okay, I'm just gonna lock this gate. And if there's anything on the surface, well, life sucks. And I'm gonna get my squad. Actually, hold on. And I'm gonna get my squads together and tell them to go stand here. We're gonna go kill this thing. It walked, but how? Like, that's a problem if they can do that. I don't know how they got there. Admittedly, I have been running this fort long enough that, like, it is feasibly possible that it's stuck, but there's clearly, yeah, there's definitely a hole somewhere. Just a matter of where. Like, it could have gone up this way, through here. But, like, it was on the lower layer. Maybe it did go through this. There must be a way down to the lower cavern layer from over there. Which is very strange. Well, I'm at like 19 frames a second, by the way. Oh, no. Well, that's bad. It broke my drawbridge. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, there's a few ways they can do it. Okay, so Nate is getting mega pissed off. What are you trying to do? Oh, I see the problem here. Okay, so let's see, where are you currently? So you can go up that way if I leave this closed. But I just opened it, so. If the beast ends up here, that's one thing. We're also at 16 frames per second, so this is great. Also kind of badass. So I need, like, I don't know, a Vile Force of Darkness for good luck. Wolfist Wolf was also outside in the fort for a while. Uh-oh, and is now running away in fear. I would too, honestly. Because I managed to close this again. Okay, let's try and reopen this. What are you and what do you do? You got poison vapors? Let's send the few marks dwarves I do have up to here. So that they can start shooting. I think there's, well, 3 of them. Yep, seems to be that. Whoop! And they missed. Come on. And you missed again. Okay, so where is this tick at? Very far away up on the surface on layer 33. I saw a dwarf briefly. think I should be opening this. Yes. Dwarf is going to go drink, probably going for water. Actually, you know what? If they haven't pulled this lever yet, I shouldn't pull this lever. I should. Oh, where are you going? This lever. Because this is already open. So I should actually send the militia down here. Oh. Eh. Also kind of screwing this up. You should stop pumping, please. I think Wolfist Wolf may be dead in a moment. Rest in peace, Wolfist Wolf. You were a good dwarf. Where is this tick demon at? I really hope that you come back into the fort, tick demon. I don't want you up here. I do not like soccer. I do not like football, soccer, hockey, basketball. Team sports aren't my thing. Also, asking me right now at this point in this fortress if I like soccer is kind of like, this is an awareness test. The human siege and also the next dwarven caravan? And all of my traders and visitors forever? Sure. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, possible. I mean, there's worse things it could do. What are you doing and where are you going? Arthur the Second. Run, Arthur! Trying to lighten up the mood? I mean, the mood isn't grim. I'm having a great time. Aren't you? Like, this is awesome. Me being under threat is a good thing in Dwarf Fortress. It just doesn't happen very often, unfortunately. God is taught, thank you very much for the 30th month. Welcome back. Long as chat's into it, I'm having a great time. TM, indeed. I mean, like, the surface being occupied by a demon will make the game laggy, which is a bit annoying. But, like, realistically, it's probably not going to end the fort, and if it does, that'll be fun in its own way. But no, the only sport I actively follow is Formula 1. And a little bit of Formula 2. But not actively I don't actively follow Formula 2. Gonna wanna keep running there, Dwarf. Okay, so this beast I'm going to fight. Oh, a bunch of livestock have died of old age. So a ram, a duck, and a nanny goat that were all pets and named have been found dead. And that bone carver has become a mysterious construction. Is so dwarfy? I may not have seen it. Yeah, he hasn't seen it. The dwarf literally hasn't seen it. Okay, hold on. Okay, still okay. Now he's seen it. When he sped up. I really like Marble Leagues. Yeah, but that's not really a sport, but Marbula 1 is fun. Gigmoth! You want to be the dwarf fighting this creature. That dwarf is already named if you're talking about the one that's running away. I can give you the first unnamed soldier that attacks it, though, because my squads are coming towards it right now. If that's what you mean. Why no fire cart cannon? Because I don't want to friendly fire that dwarf that's right there. So which one would you like? We've got Deagle, we've got Vukar, we've got Kivish, or we've got Cole. Gigmoth. Cole, the Lady Dwarf. You were married to Snail, who's no longer with us. You're a legendary spear dwarf, observer, and a great dodger. You've got 7 notable kills, as well as 42 other kills, most of them here. Actually, all of them here. Wow. You've even killed a cave dragon and a blind cave ogre. She is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings. She always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations and has a very calm demeanor, rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and has an active sense of humor. Tends to think before acting and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. Does not go out of her way to help others, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She tends to ask for help with difficult decisions, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about much anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized multiple times, in fact, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. She would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and respects perseverance and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes more marble and tin and tavasorite, as well as the color brass, bins and goblets and giraffes for their long necks, and the sound of the laces of cheese. No, sorry, the laces of silk. And when possible, prefers to consume pig cheese. I like the laces of cheese more. And finger mullet beer and teff flour, and hates worms. You're a member of the sect of Amethyst and a member of the head cave of Clobbering. And you have no friends. Welcome to the fort. She charges up forwards and is wielding a named spear, which is an exceptional steel spear. She's dueling with the beast alongside of her friends, dwarven friends. The forgotten beast is winded and bleeding. It's having trouble breathing already because the spear dwarf stabs the forgotten beast in the upper body with her spear. That's you. And it tears the lung. So you've stabbed it in the lung, and the creature falls. Well done, dwarves. Well done. And it's just a corpse, which means it should be butcherable. Now, the problem here is the tick demon. Where is it? Thankfully, it is very far away at the moment. Huh. And also, you got the kill. The Dead was its title. I think actually, let's do this. So I'm going to try and just deal with it this way. Keyword here is try. We'll have to check in on it pretty frequently. Okay, so the other thing I got to do is I got to finish hooking up these levers. Just making sure everything's linked. These two are not. If they end up getting linked twice, it's not the end of the world. And I need to go into cages. Nope, that's a cage trap. And I need to connect the giant to a cage. Should be up here. Oh yeah, also we have a dragon that I can make fight in here. You know, I miss the days when donkeys were called asses in Dwarf Fort, because then you could have a forgotten ass and a demonic ass, and both of those things are very funny if you have a very childish sense of humor, and sometimes I do. Also, let's just swap this to underground. Obok the Weaver's been missing for a week. What was your last name? Erdim? I don't know where it's going. If you're not careful, anything can lead. Any portion of adamantine that is more than okay, so the tunnel to hell is 2x2. Any portion of adamantine that's wider than 2x2 could have it. Vile Darkness Force has done us the arriving of things. As if the frame rate wasn't bad enough already. We have a Demon of Istra. Wait, what? I've seen that name before. Did I kill you? Hold on. I guess it's too late to know. Because I definitely killed something. At some point named that. That sounds very familiar. Yeah, the experiment graphics are one of the best parts of the premium version, in my opinion. Although I will never forget the first time I got attacked by necromancer experiments, and they were entirely just zeros with umlauts. And it was they were all blobs with a singular tentacle and 2 eyes in their foreheads. The OST is the best thing? It's up there. I mean, I'd say it's a different kind of thing, but I'm kind of referring to the graphics at this point. Werepanda is your favorite sprite? I think I like the some of the other were creatures more than the Werepanda. So the problem is, I think this army may just actually invade me. Is that one of my dwarves? What are you doing? Okay, hold on. This is the surface. Just forbid everything that's up there. Up there is bad. Do not go up there. But if you decide to go up there anyway, I can't stop you, dwarf. Yep, you're deciding to go up there anyway. Well, okay. If you're gonna go die, you're gonna go die. Not much I can do about it. Were Gila monsters up there? Certainly. We're in an ad break. Or about to be. Not quite yet.
H0R1LD cheered. X100.
Thanks for the buck. Horrid. Now we're in an ad break. Will demons ever attack the goblins? Like if they're on my map? Yes. The demons will attack anything that is moving that is not another demon. Somebody commented on my channel post about Dwarf Fortress selling 1 million copies. Maybe they can afford to make a VR mode now. You want to see something grim? Go look at the Oculus Rift storefront. Like the new releases section on the Oculus. That is one of the deadest... Like, people talk about the Nintendo Switch storefront seeming dead. Oh boy. They don't... That thing doesn't hold a candle to the borderline extinction of the Oculus store. I mean, just go play it on virtual desktop. Like, if you want to play Dwarf Fortress in VR, if you're actually that much of a sicko that you want to go do that, just play it on virtual desktop. Can you actually survive opening the lowest layer? I built a tavern in the lowest layer once. It's been a while. It was great, but exhausting. It's spontaneous projectile vomiting for me. And then I feel sick for the next 9 hours. And I know people are like, oh, but you get over it. Yeah, but people also say that Final Fantasy games get good after 25 hours, and I don't agree, so... I'm good. Know why they're just oh like why are they all sitting there? Found the problem. Ask the Weaver's been missing for a week. Man, time is moving real slowly. VR is the biggest waste of development resources in the video game industry. It's useful outside of the video game industry, but complete and total waste of everybody's time. That's my humble take on VR. And I was a defender of VR for a while. Where's the second demon? In one of my containment chambers. Let's just do extinguish all. That demon, I'll set it back on fire. I want the frame rate to come back a little bit. Just puts out all the fires. Not all of them, apparently. Just a lot of them. Also, I just got another one of those texts claiming that my credit card needs to be paid. And all I have to say is, if that was actually a credit card company, they wouldn't be texting me because they want you to not pay your bill so that you owe them interest. Monom, the bone cover has created Gekut Medb Echo Shidist, a rhinoceros bone shield. Okay, that's pretty dope. And offers it to the head cave of Clobbering. I think I'm going to give that to my post liaison and Baron Consort. Because that's just cool. I will look into that after, but there's too much going on right now to be able to really do too much. It doesn't matter what materials a shield is made out of unless you're trying to use it as a blunt force trauma weapon. The lighter the shield, the easier it is for a dwarf to use by default. Otherwise, they need to be stronger. The actual density and effectiveness of blocking doesn't matter the material. Like, you can block dragon fire with a wooden shield. Don't ask me how that works, but it does. I really wish this thing wouldn't just sit up here because this is very inconvenient. And this is going to take a while to build. I'm actually real curious as to where you're going now, Dwarf. Heh! Well, you found a human. Silly old Einod. Run away, Dulkin. This seems like a bad idea for you. Well, that's grim. You may want to run too there. All right, time to put the dwarves back into the fortress. Also, apparently a baby's been missing for a week. That's grim. Oh, also I should turn off all these. Oh. And then behind them, Etor comes back from whatever item they were grabbing and does the old come in from behind surprise. Which I'm amazed this dwarf survived and made it back into the fort, but they did. So, shoutouts to Etor, who is apparently a hero. Killing 2 goblins from the looks of things. Possibly more. I'm only seeing 2. Now we got the next goblin coming in. Also killed a goblin up here. Dwarf was busy. Now where's that tick? Quite literally as far away as it could possibly be.
True Freak cheered. X100. Randomly discovered I had 100 bits. Luckily you were still streaming so I could get rid of them.
There you go, True Freak. Thanks for the $1. Well, you guys are moving slowly. And so are you. What is the demon? That is a tick demon that shoots fire. Demons are like forgotten beasts, but they can learn skills. And sometimes they can make babies. And sometimes they speak Dwarven language, which is fun. Or actually, no, technically they speak their own language sometimes, but... Dwarves should all be walking away. You're walking away. You're attending a meeting. I don't know with whomst, but this seems like an unwise decision that you are making right now, Dwarf. Rage Page? What a good last name. And is now turning that goblin into dead goblin. Certainly running into some pathing issues right now in this fort. Actually, hold on. Let me just check something real quick. That's probably part of it. Let's do that and then turn this on so that they can hopefully do that properly. Okay. Keep searching in the wrong screen. You're still as far away as you could be. Yes, this is still the same fort that Putnam fixed. I've been playing this fort for over a month. Like, this is stream number 18 or something of this one. Oh, look, a cat. Typical. How did the demon get there? We found it in the rock. How else do you find demons? Demons don't invade you. Outside of very rare circumstances. Didn't feel anything while in conflict. Were you in conflict with a cat? The cat must have won. But yeah, no, you don't get invaded by demons like that. The dwarves invade them. And if you don't know all of the secrets of Dwarf Fortress, well, you just have more to discover, my friend. No FPS death? That's a myth. FPS death. True FPS death hasn't existed since version 34. Well, 43. Well done, Dwarf. Nish the Axe Lord. Rough Ivy got to do some work. Remove that goblin from the problems. I have 12 FPS, but it's perfectly playable. It's a bit lower than I would like. But once I get the surface problem here sorted, the frame rate will recover quite a bit. I mean, right now, the main cause of any frame rate issues is this. When the fires get burnt out, frame rate will come back. So I'm not too concerned about this. Also, I don't think this is a very good spot to hide from a forest fire, guys. I'm no expert, but where I live, forest fire smoke becomes kind of an ongoing issue. And I feel like this is not a very good way to avoid a forest fire. He says, as they climb out of the tree. Okay, now they're leaving the map. That's good. Oh, hey, look. The elves have arrived to trade. Yeah, about that. That'll be fine. I'm amazed they're not at war with me just yet. That's kind of crazy to me. Yeah, nice timing indeed. In other news, the demon is still as far away from everything as possible, but are you actually moving north now? Yeah, no, slowly moving north. You know what's funny? The elves don't like it when trees get chopped down. Burning does not equal chop down. Basically, if you're not getting logs from it, the elves don't care. Which I think is real interesting. What caused the fire? This thing. It breathes fire. I've stated that more times than I can remember at this point. I don't know how else to state it. The tick what breatheth the fire? Sheesh. Fire's natural. Well, to a point, I suppose. Chat is very attentive today, yes. It's okay. But yeah, no, the reason I say that FPS death is a myth is because I kept a Fortress alive for 400 plus years without having any real frame rate problems at any point. So no, frame rate death is a myth at this point. It is no longer a going concern unless you have a potato for a PC, which plenty of people do, but I don't. So it is a myth for me. I fucking hate those rhinos. Training them was the biggest mistake ever, and I shouldn't listen to Twitch chat. So annoyed with those stupid rhinos. I can't even. That's going to take some time to put together, but we'll work on it. And then I need to channel this out, but... I have not been at 0 FPS once this stream. Also, do you not understand what FPS death means? It means you have 0 FPS and you can't fix it. The frame rate will drop sometimes in a game like this. That's an inevitability. But unless you can't physically recover it, it's not an FPS death. So you can fix that. That will fix itself eventually. The frame rate very rarely truly dies in this game. You have two options right now, my friend. You can stop talking about this subject because I'm just going to continue telling you that you're not correct. Or we can discuss something else. It's up to you.
Big Bang A1 cheered. X500. I am finally done with the busy season. Tax day has passed and I am on vacation. Just baked cookies and now it is DF time with Blind.
Sounds like a good time, mate. Sounds like a good time. What kind of cookies did you bake? It's not going to destroy your game. You might need to get up and get a coffee break. But the frame rate being at 10, which is what it is right now in the game, is not FPS death. The frame rate being at 0 is not FPS death. FPS death is when the game stops and will never recover. This will recover when the fire burns out. Frame rate slowdown is not FPS death. So you are incorrectly, how do I explain this? Representing this game in a way that makes people think that it's broken when it's not. It's the kind of game that will slow down because of how it works. I mean, it worked for the goblins. They were able to path around it. Also, are they puking? No? Where'd that puke come from then? They're fire dancers, clearly. We had a dwarf like this earlier in this fort that managed to path all the way around the fire by handlebarring across a river. Hey. I've managed to have that be fixed on its own, Red Fogel. Oh man, what fort was that? Don't remember the name of the fort. This might have been my Halloween fort from 2 years ago. I had a fortress that had a were-creature necromancer calamity. And the fort sat at like 0 frames a second for about 20 minutes, and then just like pop, it was fine again after that when the were-creatures all died. Because the season ended, or the moon ended, rather. Why would I name her? She already has a name. Its pant jumped. Didn't you see that? Tick should set the elves on fire. It should do something that isn't just flying around in this corner, because flying around in this corner is very vexing. Thanks for the last of your bits. Pics of the cookies? I'm kind of hungry. The last thing I need is a picture of cookies, but I appreciate the sentiment. It's like a tree collapsed and destroyed a bunch of the fire. Oddly enough, trees caving in and extinguishing the fire suddenly is pretty good, because that means that the elves can walk around it. What I'm actually kind of hoping is that the elves will lead... I guess they're drilling through concrete again. Something my chair is vibrating. I'm kind of hoping that the elves will lead the demon in, but I think they're actually just leaving. Could be wrong, though. Yeah, you can turn off necromancy or disable, I think it's secrets. But if you disable secrets, I think... I don't know if you can specify necromancy. It's been a while since I've looked at Advanced World Gen. By that, I mean about 3 months. But if you go into Advanced World Gen, there's several options to do with necromancy and secrets and whatnot. Like that movie, Iron Sky. I think that's the name of that movie. The one with the Nazis on the moon. The one with the Nazis on the moon. Because that's a film that exists. That is quite the foyer. Question is, where are those elves? There's more cave-ins. Oh, no, they are definitely heading towards the fort. Wow. That is what I said. Iron Sky, yes. Oh, they're on the dark side of the moon, yes. They're on the Pink Floyd album of the moon. I mean, it doesn't have enough oxygen, so... I don't know if I would say genocidal, but... You know what's funny? The demon could totally just fly directly into my fortress through this. Or it could have. All right, that's it. You talking about cookies has made me want a snack. I'm going to go grab a snack. I will be right back. Okay, I now have a piece of pretzel.
Cheese for everyone!
Just me. I don't think I've ever heard the origins of the word cookies before. Ooh. I have glitter there. That's exciting. Okay, chat, so Big Bang would like a dwarf. Am I in fact giving a dwarf to Big Bang, yes or no? What is the madness happening this time? Well, there's a fire-breathing demon tick on the surface, and elves are trying to trade with me. And I'm trying to rebuild my front door because a caving-in tree destroyed my drawbridge. At least I think that's what happened. So, you know, normal chaos. But they were all kinds of fairies. Mostly it was just a way to get kids in there. Oh, I thought we were talking about cookies, not brownies, but... I love me some human lore. Yeah, no, they're making it. Wolfest Wolf has been found dead. Oh, huh. I also don't know why this dwarf is sleeping here. I'm just gonna pull this, well... Yeah, here they come. That's intense. I'm just gonna do this. Speed things up. I used Extinguish All and the elves are immediately like, yeah, nah. Now they're leaving. That's kind of funny. I guess they changed their mind about trading. But yeah, I thought we were talking about cookies, Elfie. No-bake cookies are seems like an oxymoron. I think no-bake baking is an oxymoron. If anything, no-bake desserts are kind of like making potions. Okay, cool. We're in an ad break. I can eat my pretzel. You recently got into Fire Emblem? I like them sometimes. It's a very, like, I need to be in the right mood to play them. I played a shit ton of older Fire Emblem games when I was younger, but I kind of despise the new ones. I played a good amount of XCOM in my life. I've played, like, Commandos, and I played Blades of the Shogun. I like real-time tactics stuff. Yeah, tactics is fun. So, Gimpy0 or O in the YouTube chat says, the word cookies comes from 1701 in the Scottish usage where the word meant plain bun. So it's Scottish slang? And it's also got some accreditation to Dutch. Huh. That was the one I played, Mage Crafters. And I want to say that I played the Mech Warrior Real-Time Tactics game, and now I'm trying to remember the name of it. I played Battletech, but not, this isn't what I'm thinking of. Battletech was great. Fucking loved Battletech. But there was a Real-Time Tactics Mech Warrior game, and now I'm trying to remember what it was. No. I said Real-Time Tactics. This is an old game. Like, this predates Battletech by a lot. I never played Rogue Tech, though. No interest in that. I like the persistent campaigns. It might have been Mech Commander. Let me just Google it. It may also be one of those games that I think I remember playing, but I didn't actually play. I don't know if any of you have that, but... I've had that happen with Wet, where I think that I played Wet, but I never played Wet. I just simply watched my friend's older brother play Wet once. Yes, Mech Commander is in fact what I'm thinking of. I don't know if I actually played this. I just recall this is the game I'm thinking of. I don't know if I actually played this. I just swear that I've... Like, this main menu looks so familiar. Like, everything about this game is extremely familiar, but I'm not sure if I actually played it. Although I gotta say, if I were to play a Mech Commander game these days, I'd want to go play the first one, not the sequel, because the sequel's 3D and kind of ugly looking. And that first one just looks... Mwah! Alright, so... Yeah, you could... Yeah, it was a pretty... I recall it being like a precise real-time tactics RTS-ish thing. So, traders are just leaving. So something must have been destroyed. And the Tick Demon just lives up here now. And we're back up to 45 frames a second, which is lovely. I'm done with Battletech these days. I mean, I put about 120 hours into it. I played through the entirety of the campaign and beat it. And then I played a second campaign and played through about half of it when the Flashpoints DLC came out. I'm good on this point. At this point, I actually played it on the front page of Twitch at one point. If you felt the need to say sorry while saying something that you felt the need to say, then you're not sorry. And this is a Canadian usage of the word sorry, where it's like a speech inflection or like a question. You're not actually sorry. I don't believe for a second that you were even remotely sorry. So best not lie to yourself and own it. Man, I wished I got to make a sequel to Battletech. I'll be honest, part of my disinterest in like Battletech modding is that they're not going to get to make a sequel to it, and I don't really want to encourage people to buy that game. Because the studio doesn't exist anymore, and I kind of hate Paradox for it. Big Bang redeemed one for themselves. I'm just eating food, and we'll name them their dwarf afterwards. And
Just some eggs in a
I might
packed
just
cheese.
have to,
X 211.
remove your ability to redeem dwarves because you don't seem to understand that sometimes if you have cookies disabled, which I think you do, you have to refresh the stream for it to become available again. You also have to wait 45 minutes. And according to this timer, it's been 45 minutes. So it might just not be up yet. And bringing it up is how you are going to get me yelling at you every single time. Grow up and quit bitching. Pay me more money and earn the ability to just redeem a dwarf yourself immediately, like Big Bang did. Or stop complaining about it. Those are your options. You're the only person who complains about this. I'm not tech support. If you can't figure out how to refresh your browser to see if something's available, I can't help you. Pardon me, I'm eating a pretzel. Then we'll get your dwarf named. Big Bang. See? Wolfist Wolf seems to be able to figure it out. Also, sorry about killing your dwarf. I'll put my You were murdered by blind. Oh no, streamer murders viewer. More news at 11. Man, if that was actually a concern, every single XCOM channel would be in prison. I almost choked. All right. YouTube folks, this is an awareness test. The first person to put 3 smiley face emojis into the YouTube chat gets a dwarf. Also, Big Bang, what kind of dwarf would you like? Maybe more Wolfist Wolf. Every RimWorld channel, every XCOM channel, everything that names killable characters after dwarves. I'll give it to you, Crotty. What kind of dwarf would you like as well? But I'm doing Big Bang first. Big Bang is on vacation. So how about cook? Let's see if I can give you a cook. I don't have any available cooks. Let's see, what do we have in farming? Go with this dwarf. Pretty happy. Is a high master presser. Would you like a beard dwarf or a no beard dwarf? Friend in YouTube chat. I do have a Charizard emote. Like, I think I have a Pokemon emote somewhere. Bing Bang? I can type. Apparently you're fearless. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardily, he was given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. I don't think you want me to throw you in the military, do you? He is sloppy with his living space, and he very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He tends to form only... I've got hiccups, Jesus. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is trusting, and he likes a little excitement now and again, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. And he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and tends to avoid crowds. Also, I'm just going to change a setting here before I forget. Forbid death items. Allow trap rearming, forbid cages. Sure. I'm just looking if I can clear any tasks here. That will help kind of in late game frame rate parts. That dwarf needs to be saved. That's open. Okay. No, I don't have hiccups. I just almost choked. Okay. Let's finish reading this. He personally sees introspection as important and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. He values peace over war and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time and doesn't care one way or another about nature. Likes lignite gold and gold opal, as well as the colors scarlet in cabinets and llamas for their jutting teeth. Also, Big Bang, I guess, yeah, tax season just ended for the States, didn't it? It's the 15th? It's the 30th up here, so. He likes the words of the fancy meditation and the sound of the tulip of sparkling and the sight of the meandering lyrics of Impossible prefers to consume maize beer and linseed oil, as well as lettuce leaves. I like eating lettuce leaves as well. You like a fancy, like, maize grain linseed oil salad. And you absolutely hate purring maggots. You have a pet pig who is in fact alive. Look at that. And you are bonded with a giant tortoise who is also alive. Lettuce oil roast. Yes, that's absolutely what I meant. Finely minced. And you have some friends in the fort as well. Welcome to the fort. And key fries tangerine. Because of course. I did place a tomb over here somewhere, didn't I? There it is. And this is slowly getting worked on. But I need to finish that bridge. Right here. Name the pig Bing Bang. Sure, why not? There you go. The pig Bing Bang is now named. You're welcome. Okay, so I'm running into a bunch of job cancellations that I need to sort. All of this stuff needs to be melted down, which is kind of fucked. There's so much of it, holy shit. And in YouTube chat, I need to name a miner with a beard. Brody, who's got a poor memory named Tin Bowl. Probably like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Tin Can. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. He takes no pleasure in his talents and appearance, and he doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. He's easily moved to mercy, and he is conflicted by this since he sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. He is a very calm demeanor, and he has a greedy streak. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear and usually live differently from himself. And he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and occasionally overindulges, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is offended by the whole notion that one would... I'm also looking for things have collapsed. Yeah, that's the cause of the frame rate slowness right now. We're about 20 frames a second, but it's fine. He doesn't particularly respect commerce and doesn't particularly value loyalty, and is friends with Stonecoat. He's a member of the sect of Inking, which is a religion focused around Burr. It's the least common variant of that religion. He hates jumping spiders and likes selenite, nickel, and silver, and Morian and bat tooth, as well as jute fabric, helms, and cavies for their adorable call and the sound of the tulip of sparkling, and prefers to consume cave lobster and sunberries and spelt beer. Now I can't see because I managed to get an eyelash in my glasses somehow. And hates jumping spiders once again. I'll solo Luke Goblin. I haven't played in 3 months. Is it a good time to come back? I mean, we just got a pretty big patch. Although, what happened 3 months ago? Okay, so you want to see the biggest thing that's been added in the last 3 months, in my opinion? You see this? This is floor, right? Click, place. Let's just be like rock, salt blocks, because I think that's what these are. And then you can click this. And then I can place rock, salt wherever I want. That's probably the biggest thing. It also remembers the last furniture and material and all that. Okay, I'm just gonna cull all my rhinos because this is just fucked. This is fucked. Infinitely, because I'm making them as fast as they're drinking them. But if I were to turn it off, I don't know, season and a half maybe? Half a year or so? Like if I were to stop them from brewing, probably about half a year. Oh shit, actually. Wow, I was gonna say, did I close that by mistake? No, I didn't. I'm not sure why they don't seem super enthusiastic about building a bridge. Let's try over here. It's just too many tasks, probably, actually. What? There's a friggin' gazelle. Go kill it. Please. It's a representative of a faction. Must be either a really small faction or a very dead faction. Apparently there was a hyena and a lion on my map. I don't know where. Where's stuff burning? It's just gonna keep burning until it all burns out. So. This side's almost done burning. It's getting there. That or if it rains, it'll stop. Thankfully, though, it is getting close to the edge. But I would say it's a good time to come back. But maybe I'm biased, I don't know. Dwarf Fortress did sell 1 million copies recently, which I'm curious if like any of the like news media is going to pick up on that. Because usually when Dwarf Fortress does something, PC Gamer writes an article. I'd be kind of curious to see. Throw ale on the fire to extinguish it. You know, you might be... I'm choking on my own spit. What the fuck's happening? Sorry. You might be joking about that, but if a dwarf has a flask or a water skin on their person and they catch fire, if there's alcohol in it, it'll extinguish the fire. So even though dwarven alcohol is like apparently 30 to 50% alcohol in most cases, that's still enough to, you know, save it. It's time for another great culling. So something else that I'm going to start is I'm going to channel down into this. Because by all accounts, this should be safe to dig into. Keyword here is should be. Because I dropped a layer on it. So everything underneath here should be sorted, ideally. Ideally. Thankfully, fun fact, winds don't change direction in fort mode. The game does process wind strength and wind direction, but it doesn't change once you embark. It does in adventure mode, though. But I just wish it would rain more on this map, because then the fires would go out. The only reason I'm, like, around 20, well, currently 16 FPS, the only reason the frame rate is so low on this map is because it's 7x7. Like, I've had forts that have 300 dwarves that are on 4x4 maps at this point in endgame that run at 50 FPS. It's purely because of the map size. Tolkien is stumbling around obliviously. 51 items collapsed on the surface. It's also not really the fire that's causing the frame rate lag, I don't think. I think it's the collapsing of trees on the surface. So what I might do is try and extinguish all again, but they're almost at the edge of the map. So actually, never mind. They still got all of this to burn. Yikes. Extinguish all just to save everybody's time. Oops. And as the smoke clears, it should go back up to about 25 frames a second. There are monsters that can cause evil rain? What? The heck? I've never heard of this. That's wild if that's true. Certainly never witnessed it. Okay, so down in here, there's a bunch of godly metal stuff. I'm just going to get that stuff melting. It's still flying. It just doesn't seem super interested in coming into the fortress, so I'm just kind of hoping that's true. But it's still there, is what happened with the tick demon. Hopefully it doesn't set my stuff on fire again, because that was getting a bit annoying. You know, every now and again, a vehicle will drive by my apartment, which lights up my entire room. If a vehicle if the right size of vehicle drives by at the right time of day, It makes my entire room light up, and it always startles me when it happens. An echo of forgotten divine retribution. Well, the spirit of soot. A mouse in humanoid form, composed of grime and filth. Its body is bent and misshapen. It was created by the human goddess Soot, and is part with blight, deformity, and disease. It's got a bell-shaped rusted metal... it's got a crescent rusted metal axe and large bell-shaped clothing. However, I have a squad right here. So I should be able to tell them to go kill it. Although, this dwarf appears to have hit it already. Spirit of Soot hacks the miner in the lower body with the axe, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the left kidney. And then the miner strikes the Spirit of Soot axeman in the right paw with a steel pick, and their right hand sails off in an arc. They no longer have the weapon equipped. Oh, nope, they do. I'm just going to set that to be melted too, because I want to melt it down. And the dwarf is... killed it. You vanquished an angel here, dwarf. Your head is bruised and your neck is cut open. But the Spirit of Soot axeman was killed by a dwarf with a steel pick. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Because I think Zacit here has earned a proper rest. Also, hopefully nobody gets crushed with this, but I really need to close this. It's a really shitty pathing route. Something ass man jokes, except axe man jokes. Okay, cool. Someone is actually building this bridge. When this bridge is closed, then I can... we'll start the first fight in the arena. Uh-oh. Oh, I found Ast the Weaver. So said Ast the Weaver. Do I have bodies to be put into tombs? Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Something I haven't done in a minute.
Bring out your dead.
Let's go to work orders, labor, standing orders, chores. Children, help out a little bit more. We need the hands. Let me just drop down here real quick. Oh yeah, another bug that was fixed is dwarves no longer place bodies in tombs if there's no coffin built. So they wait for the coffin to be built now so you don't get the skeleton on top. All right, well, we should be good to go now. I'm going to leave the game paused while the ads play. You have a good night, Zavi. Is it 2 o'clock already? Holy shit. I don't know about you guys, but time is flying by today. I think the plan for today is I will try and dig deeper. I would like to end this fort today. So I'm going to hopefully aim to get to the bottom of this today. We'll see. But, you know, we're making progress. And if we can get all as far down as possible, then if we can't end the fort today, we'll end it in the next stream, which will be tomorrow. And if time allows, and if chat's active enough, and if there's energy, could play some Star Sector today too. So thanks for hanging out so far today, chat. To everybody who can see this right now. Just as a reminder, this is a fully crowdfunded stream, So those of you with hats next to your name are the reason this channel exists. That goes for Twitch and YouTube. Because I don't take any sponsorships. So all of my money comes from bits, subs, tips, etc. So thank you. Appreciate you. Good to see you as well, Killed with Style. Is anybody else just getting tons of random emails from Google about Gemini? Or is that just me? It's the third one in 2 days. You get like 10 a day. 10 a day! I wonder if it's per device you own. Like, Google cannot... I mean, I also have it disabled. That's what's weird about it. I've got bad news, YouTube. I think you may be burning to death. Rest in peace, YouTube. Rest in peace, YouTube.
Bring out your dead.
Also, so did another dwarf named Ognet. So I actually lost 2 dwarves in there. Whoops. Digging too deeply and greedily is a dangerous activity. I think I must have brought up Gemini. It's probably what did it, right? It's probably what did it. There is a metaphor in there, you're right. You're just getting My Little Pony smut. Well, that says a lot about you, Royal Card Catcher. I was always more of a card captor, less of a card catcher, if I'm being honest. I remember that manga being good. I don't know if it actually was good. Do need to keep an eye out for combat logs, because if combat logs start to happen, it means that there is a chance things is going badeth. Okay, so you right here. You pull this and we'll connect to you. Turns out I've got too many floor constructions. Sure, some of these are canceled because the item is no longer available too. So fun fact, that fire started up again. God damn it. Just go away, fire, please. I need to remember to not settle on dry maps if I'm planning on doing stuff with creatures underground. You've got Northern Lights? Oh, that's cool. I've never gotten to see those, because every time they've happened, recently, it's been when I've lived somewhere that has massive amounts of light pollution. So you kind of just don't see them. Okay, so that's now built. Huh. What are you linked up to? Oh, you're linked up to the conglomerate bridge? Okay. Let's get you done first. The other thing that I can do is I can go down to here. We can see, oopsies, if blind is capable of staying on the correct layer. And now I just need this guy connected to his own lever. Once the giant is connected to its own lever, we can do the first arena battle. So that'll happen in a minute, hopefully. I'm going to celebrate being done with tax season. Best of luck. Enjoy your vacation. I'm also going to deconstruct this. I'll just use that as their way around. Oh, really? I need refined coal. That's kind of crazy, actually. Actually, it's lignite that I have tons of, right? Or had tons of. Actually, how much steel do I have? I have 49 steel. I'm just going to stop making steel for a bit. I'm just going to delete those jobs because I'm not actually sure how I have them set up. Because it's been so long. Now that taxing is done, you can go back to reading financials of yeah, I mean, for me, now that tax season is done, I can go back to saving for next tax season. Also, apparently I don't have a surgeon, and I don't have a bone doctor. So now, once again, I have a surgeon and a bone doctor. Several bone doctors, actually. And the frame rate's back up to the high 30s. And I just need to get all of this stuff removed from here. Once all of these items, or at least the gems, are removed from here, and this is all about done being built, we can do the next big cave-in. I'm sure that'll be fun. So we've got another cave-in coming up, and we've got our first arena battle. Smacked a crappy picture on the Discord of the flights. I don't have Discord open right now. Let me just grab it. Man, I'm jealous of those cookies. Good lord. With the lights. Wow. I mean, you say poor picture, but can I show this on stream, Neezer? Uh-oh. Ah. YouTube has been missing for a week. Wellness check, YouTube? The thing about disabling Gemini, because I'm seeing a bunch of people mentioning it in chat, I don't think that disabling it in your settings actually disables Gemini. I'm pretty sure to actually disable Gemini, you have to phone them. I was reading about this, and it seems kind of nutty to me. I'm not a fan. But I'm pretty sure to actually disable Gemini, you have to phone them. Okay, so this is a photo of Northern Lights taken by Neezer. Check that out. That's cool. Where in the world is that, Neezer? I think that's a pretty decent photo. When you want to, what are you drawing, Elfie? Finland? Yeah, that is very pretty. Very pretty. Here's the thing. I don't want all of the AI bubble to burst because the spell check features on my phone are very handy. But like, can we go back to the times when AI was used for niche subjects that it's actually decent at and, you know, useful things like spell check instead of it trying to be generally used for everything and also taking all the cool art jobs? That's the problem I have with it. Like, the technology in and of itself is fine. Like, I've got no problem with it existing and being used for, you know, things that it's useful for and good at. Because to me, that is fine and doesn't really bother me. It's when they're trying to do everything with it that I don't like. Sandberg, bouncing off that real quick. Did you see that? Okay, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. But Creedor, I can't read that. The text is too small. But thank you very much for the $10. Hold on, let me open up Streamlabs. I only get a tip through Streamlabs maybe once or twice a month, so I don't ever have it open. Nor do I have it signed in, apparently. That's how long it's been. It's been at least 30 days because I had to click the Remember Me button again. No, I agree. Recently purchased Dwarf Fortress and found your tutorials, which $5, not $10. I misread it. Which have greatly helped. Caught a few streams lately and wanted to show your appreciation. Well, thank you. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the tip? But yeah, the EA Games CEO went on a tirade a while ago. Andrew Wilson, maybe not a tirade. That's a misrepresentation. During an earnings call, he said that so somebody asked what EA Games' AI plan was or whatever, and his response was, "Our plan has always benefited and focused on utilizing advanced AI for the improvement of all of our video games." Of course, he means like, you know, video game AI, as in like the opposing football players you're playing against in the football game. Not, but, you know. Although I don't know what's better, that or Miss McMahon thinking that AI was A1 and that they're putting A1 in schools, and then the A1 sauce account posted on all their social media saying, "Yeah, start them young." That was much more recent. That was like last week. I want to know what font she was looking at. Because that's what this is. That's just a problem with fonts. Sounds like an Onion article. I'm pretty sure that wasn't an Onion article. But to be honest with you, most of the news could seem like an Onion article in the current year. If it was an Onion article, I apologize for misrepresenting Miss McMahon. And will not formally apologize to her or her family. Because they're a bunch of twats. But, still funny. Full ass video on it. Yeah, there you go. I read an article about it, so. how shit our education system is. I mean, for whatever it's worth, I also support putting A1 sauce in schools because it's better than ketchup. I'm just saying. A1 sauce is okay.
Let's take a lovely fruit.
Word.
Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds,
All right,
the
so I can actually
nutrients, everything that's good about
turn
it.
off
Jam it full of
burrows,
shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
which I haven't been able to do in a long time. I can also turn this off. Because the demon is outside and can't come inside. Currently. This may also be like the slowest half season I've had in this fortress since starting it back up. Going to memorialize YouTube and the other dwarf that died. I'm not a big fan of steak sauce on steak. I like steak sauce on things that aren't steak usually. Like, I like steak sauce on a sandwich. Or, like, steak sauce on a burger. But, like, it's fine on other beef products. If it's a steak, I generally just kind of want garlic butter at most. Garlic butter, salt, and pepper. You know, like seasonings and onions and butter on a steak. Yeah. Like candied onions, basically. So this is what we're waiting on now. And we're back up to 30 frames. Yay! We're going to finish building this, and then we'll run that first fight. Which shouldn't take too much longer. And if you look at this, basically everybody's putting something away. Including all of the kids. A lot of clothing is getting put away too. Because a couple dwarves have died recently, right? So when dwarves die, also it looks like we got rotten rhino skin. When dwarves die, all of their clothes gets unowned immediately. And so it all gets thrown into the refuse stockpiles and then moved to the minecart and thrown into the lava. You know, just as they do. Also, nickel is lava safe? Today I learned. Nickel is lava safe. Did you know that, chat? I didn't. Or it's a really crappy cut of steak. I don't generally buy steak, but I've definitely had cuts of steak before that were quite cheap because they're just not a good cut. So it's not always something you did wrong. It's sometimes like you just couldn't afford a nice steak. Which I think is usually, at least in my case, more common than I did something wrong. I like to think I'm pretty good at making a steak because when I actually fork over the money for a decent steak, it doesn't come out poorly usually. You think you're getting sick? Is it because I'm talking about steak too much, or are you actually getting sick? If so, oh gosh, I hope you feel better soon. May your sickness be mild and your fortunes be great. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I think I'm just going to dig this out here a little bit as well. Actually getting sick? Well, Godspeed? Sweet Prince? All right, chat. If you were to choose, what would you choose first? Caving in this glass or making the stuff fight in the arena? That is, of course, presuming Lanix gets paid days off. You know, fun fact, in my entire life, I've never once actually gotten a paid sick day because it came out of my vacation time. So I just would go to work sick. Finding the cave in and cave in the winner. I don't really have a way of pathing them down here. I am kind of tempted to, like, drop a goat. Although I don't really want to cave in the winner. I kind of want to take the winner and re-cage trap them and let them fight again. We check the stone for heat. What devilry is this? That water just saved Dulkin. Which is kind of incredible, actually. I think we'll just do the cave-in first because it's convenient and right here. So. And everything is ready to do the cave-in. Although, are you going to be able to path back through that? I wonder. Yeah, it looks like it. It ends up being the same thing ultimately. That sucks. And best of luck with the investments, chat. Just gonna get rid of these two, it's fine. Okay, we're just hauling these gems out. Such gems. Much dwarf. I'm just going to go down to here, forbid all this. Let that dwarf go wherever they're going and then leave. Forbid all of this. And then pull this lever. What, to pie? I'm trying to think what you were close to. Presuming it's pie. Okay, so now that's been pulled. I can now lock this. And now it's time to pull this lever. So the first task begins, which is a dwarf coming all the way down here to pull this lever. Which is Romanoid Troll who's going to get to do the honors. Really sick one day and had to work Christmas Eve at Walgreens, and that was one of the worst experiences of your life. I worked for 3 weeks of night shift thinking I had a cold, and then realized I had strep throat. And I literally couldn't talk. And everybody that I worked with knew that I was sick. This was like, I don't know, 2014? I think. Something like that. That sucked. Don't worry, chat, you're wearing a mask. Does anybody remember the very early pandemic question that somebody asked? It was like some city representative on a Zoom call, which was, can you get sick through Zoom? Does anybody remember that? Also, I just need to check something. I need to put a bridge right here. Noted. Here goes the drop. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. 3 of them? We've checked for heat. What devilry is this? And something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Okay, so let's... There's a star ruby down there. I don't See nothing. Hold on, let me just hit this. Ooh. Must be these. And there's a dead dwarf. Rip. It's a lot of dust. But what's the evil thing? Might also already be dead. Oh, there it is. Yep, it's already dead. Was ever a Ghost of Shadow is, and it's made of ash, because it's very dead already. Very dead already. Welp. Well done. Dwarves did good, I think. Oh. There we go. We've got a pale metal crown. That's pretty cool. It is coated with obsidian dust because it got zapped, but that is maybe the most queenly crown I've ever seen. That is super cool. Now the question is, where did the others end up? Oh, they're there. A flickering metal figurine of desert tortoises. On the item is an image of a desert tortoise in flickering metal. It is coated with water. And a flickering metal figurine of a sloth. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is an image of a sloth in flickering metal. And a flickering metal amulet. That's cool. Like, real cool, actually. And the cave-in was quite effective and killed the beast in process. And now we can prep to make the monsters fight. Was it made by humans? Nope. It was made by angels. And actually, the other thing I got to do is this. Looks like Logic No's going to go do the pumping this time. Also, do I have any bars made from God Metal? I have one twisting metal bar so far. So if I had 7, I could make the throne. Which would honestly probably be enough to make me into the mountain home. But I don't have 7 just yet. Supposedly artifacts are going to get magical uses. But there already are magical weapons in adventure mode. So I don't see why not. I wouldn't mind it. I think it would be pretty cool, to be honest. Also, by the way, we've cleared the daily minimum. Thumbs up. Thanks, chat. I think I'll just let this dwarf keep walking because we're just in an ad break. If anything crazy starts to happen, I will pause. Actually wonder what happened to the Ghost of Shadow. Oh, it literally got hit with a brick. Strikes the Ghost of Shadow in the upper body, breaking away the tissue. Cool. But yeah, I think it's just artifacts that are supposed to get some sort of abilities tied to them at some point. Oh, the angels being able to use magic weapons? I have no idea. I think that what's going to happen is exactly what Tarn wants to happen, and I'm not really sure what that's going to mean one way or another. But regardless, I'm excited. Whatever they end up doing. A Mace Lord's been found dead. I don't know why there was a Mace Lord on the surface. But I respect the ambitions, I guess. Oh, because it wasn't one of mine. It was a diplomat. And it strangled him. He didn't die to fire. He died because the critter strangled him. And I'm going to put the fire out just for my own sanity. Bless the rains in Africa. Flying tick claimed another soul. Yep. That it did. I kind of love this tick demon until it ticks you off. What makes you love it? Is it the chaos it's causing? I mean, because that's all it really is. It's just causing chaos. Dwarves are getting some nice showers down here, I guess. Actually wonder if more than one of these are going to get sealed off down here. Could be interesting if it did. Nope, just the one. As long as it can't, it shouldn't be actually, I shouldn't say can't. It shouldn't be able to get into the fortress currently. It might end up being able to get into the fortress, but it shouldn't be able to. Dwarf? That's a dumb. Don't do it, Dwarf. Dwarf? What have you done, Dwarf? Come on, just climb out, Dwarf. You got this. Don't drown. There you go. You made it out. Whew. It's a close one. Had me nervous for a second there. Although it's kind of sketchy, actually. There's kind of a lot of holes. But we'll just let this water all dry up. Shouldn't take too long. And it'll also deal with a bunch of the lava in the process. Like right here. Dwarf don't always have the smartest moments. I mean, it's not their fault. They're just dwarves. They don't know what's going on. Corpse Man, who's one of the longest running dwarves in this fortress, also went from being completely harrowed to being sane, and I think was born here. So, shout outs to that dwarf. For being the dwarfest dwarf. And Zasset right here, who killed a demon. Good stuff. All right, let's jump up to this. Nope, this. It's time to let them fight, chat. So, in order to let them fight, I need to pull this lever. And, oh, I don't have one connected to this lever. Okay, well then I'll just lock that trap. That's fine. And then I realize here that not all of these actually have levers attached to them. So let's pull these levers after that lever is pulled. If you look up here, this is the calendar. The game does track day-nights, but if it were to be a proper day-night cycle, it would be like a strobe light. So for that reason, the developers have always opted to just not have a day-night cycle in Fortress mode. There is one in Adventure mode, though. But time moves 155 times faster in Fortress mode than it does in 144 times faster in Fortress mode than it does in Adventure mode. Also, hello, Zacher. I think your dwarf's still alive. Yes, you are in fact still alive. But it's time for the first big duel. So my hope is that the giant wins the fight. That is my hope. Is that the giant wins the fight. And you pulled the wrong lever first. That's not great. This thief just gets to escape, I suppose. I'm just gonna real quick go tell these soldiers to go turn you into pulp. Because now there is a black mamba, a goblin thief, a guinea pig, and a zombie running around in here. So you know, there's also some. There's a billy goat over here who is actively doing war with these two goblins. So far, so goblin. The first wave begins. Most of them, of course, just running around in fear. Naturally. Let's see if the Black Mamba can get any kills, though. I guess not. Rest in peace, Black Mamba. Down here at the bottom, this Utes, the Goblin Thief, is currently experiencing mortal fear. Can I get a round of beers for the brave warriors, though? Fighting with Ward Acted. Let us cause more chaos, shall we? I'm going to pull this lever. And it seems like the zombie has gotten a kill. The Lasher Corpse has killed a singular Goblin Thief. Also killed Ratosaurus in 371. It's been a couple of years. Is now fighting with another Goblin who has made him drop his whip. But perhaps he can make him dodge off the edge. The other Goblin is just running around in fear. Was that... So, Dang just lost their teeth. Lower back teeth, specifically. So his teeth were knocked out. And at some point, some more goblins should be released. Yeah, looks like the other goblins have not yet been released. There's one human over here in a cage that's connected to that last goblin. Although this is another zombie, from the looks of things. We're also going to go release this guy, which is connected to this lever. And hopefully the champion in the future. I love just like seeing my soldiers walking beneath this and being mildly confused as to like, why is there dwarves in the arena? They're not. They're underneath the arena. Witnessing the great battles. We've got another thief moving towards the zombie and then running away in fear. We've got the second zombie coming over with an axe over there on the right side of the arena. And the champion is now released. the dual-wielding giant. May the fights be swift. Almost immediately, a goblin is executed. The goblin devil bands is executed by the giant, who punches the goblin thief in the head, and the injured part explodes into a lump of gore. Well done. Then the giant proceeds to walk up the first level and then fight with another goblin, whose blood is now flying everywhere. Is in fact dual-wielding artifact sword and hammer now. Proceeds to stab and pulverize goblin, bashing it repeatedly and stabbing it repeatedly with its sword and hammer. Now has picked up a singular kill and is moving south towards the rest of the fighting, although is seriously injured and has lost the ability to stand. There are now 2 zombies that remain, so it is zombies versus giant here. The first of 2 zombies is now passed. And our giant is now tired and seriously injured, but gaining some skill pretty rapidly. Human Lasher Corpse, he seems to be deflecting them pretty effectively with both the hammer and the sword. He's deflecting the zombie's attacks here. The zombie has now dropped its shield, and he has collapsed and is now overexerted. However, has managed to vanquish the final zombie. And the victor gets their first win. Let's see if I can lock them in here. I can, sort of, but not particularly effectively. So what I will do instead is just... cage trap, cage trap, cage trap, and cage trap, cage trap, cage trap. Whichever ones are done first, we will release the giant, catch it, and then do it again. The mood came in perfectly. Oh yeah. That very much is true. Let's just jump back down here. What do you think of the first fight in the arena? I think we should just leave the bodies in the arena. I don't think they should get memorialized. I think that we should just slowly build a pile. It's already... You know, I keep forgetting they made a sequel to Gladiator. Also, does the giant deserve a full heal? Because that's not going to be the scariest thing the giant is going to fight. Well, you can only slab something if it's dead, right? Oopsies. I'm not much of a... What's it called? I'm not much of a House Harkonnen, you know? And also, it's a dwarven child who's been possessed. Can make statue for them? I could. I could. What's the name of the giant? I've already forgotten. Tustong Codslet. T-U-S-T. There you are. One of the first of its kind and what? I found it the first time. Associated with strength and food. Somebody worships this giant as the god of strength and food. That's not what I said, Noel Man, but your selective hearing is impressive. Also, what was your last name? Night Sport, the Confident Rapidity. That's something. For a name, anyway. I think we get them to fight... I think we get them to fight the Cyclops next. Because I have a Cyclops. You don't hear every ninth word. The latest episode of Doctor Who was confused. I feel like that would go for most things if you didn't hear every ninth word. Might explain the artifacts. I haven't looked into the artifacts much, but... Oh, shit, we got a ghost. Apparently Pineapple's throwing a tantrum because they're possessed by lore. God damn it, Data, you're supposed to keep your brother under control. No, never mind. Pineapple is possessing lore. That's my bad. I read that backwards. Also, it toppled one of my stoneworkers' shops, so now there's stuff everywhere. God damn it, Pineapple. Why you gotta be like that? You're wondering if you could hypothetically go into adventure mode and complete this tournament? Everything would be released because locations of entities are not remembered between Fortress and adventure mode. So theoretically, sure. In practicality, you know. So kinda, but I guess is maybe the best way to put it. It would be cool, but maybe if there was only one left. Child is running around making artifacts. Also got a lot of rhinoceros bone stuff. Yeah, it's one of those things that's just like infinitely kind of disappointing if you didn't know it, but it also is just kind of the way of things. Should also make some more slabs. You know, this is going to be the first time ever, or like in months of in-game time, years even, where I don't get invaded in the summer. Like, It always happens. This is going to be the first time that doesn't happen. Also, that's an expensive goddamn table. Spikes of superior quality emerald and diamond. Man. One of my stills got destroyed. I feel like I should place some new tables because of this. Give them something else to sit at and eat at and enjoy. I mean, sometimes you get lucky, and the creatures are randomly placed into areas that aren't a threat. But honestly, I think like cages being respected and locations of entities is, or locations of hostile entities is something that I would like to see addressed one day with adventure mode. Good evening, Bone Doll. How are you? I'm gonna get a giant to fight a Cyclops soon. That would be awesome, Dub Hunter, yeah. Dub Hunter in YouTube chat said having a legendary sword Cyclops would be cool. Or a legendary sword giant would be cool, and I completely agree. That would be really cool. Oopsies, that's not actually what I wanted to do. This is what I want to do. Just got off work, the usual. The usual. Man, my dwarves can't catch a break, but I've now got a riding fighter axeman. Alan Wake, I guess. And that's Bastet right there. I want to say... Oh, geez. Okay, phew. I was going to say, there are dwarves in the vicinity. The riding fighter axeman is a skunk in humanoid form. It is composed of grime and filth. Checks out. It bellows and cheers without pause. Sounds like my old neighbors. Was created by the dwarven god Autumn Sweatclashed, the prophecy of Dominion, and is part with disease, fortresses, war, and writing. And I don't think anybody here worships that god. And it is chasing Bastet. It is wielding a jagged pale metal great axe. Fell into a puddle and now is running north. And hopefully my militia comes south quickly. Also dove into a puddle again. Oh no. Okay. None of my dwarves have fallen in. There's Cole, there's Daigle, there's Doran, there's Nish. The Axeman strikes. It's okay, so it seems to be deflecting the initial few hits, but a Spearmaster stabs the riding fighter Axeman in the head, which fractures its head. Pulls the neck, stabs it again in the lower leg with their spear, fracturing it through the large, sleek, pale fabric dress. And then the riding fighter axe misses, and then the mace lord bashes it in the upper leg with a steel morning star through the fabric dress. I don't think it's going to live very long. And the creature flies to pieces. And Daigle says, "Can it all end so quickly? This does not scare me." Also, Dwarf Redemption should be open. Also, this militia commander is actually using one of those magical spears. So he's got an elemental steel spear. It's pretty badass, if you ask me. Fighting an angel, don't blink. You know, I've never watched a single second of Doctor Who, but even I know that reference. Also, it seems that Crotty died somewhere. Probably to that creature, Actually don't see a combat log with it, but... Which is unfortunate, but rest in peace, YouTube friend Crotty. Probably a bunch of these are forbidden, right? No, not really. Okay, that's nifty. Hello, Erman. It's good to see you. Took your advice and stopped throwing around the stories. Yeah, the number in the stream actually coincides with the number of streams I've done. The blog post it's just a link to my blog. That's all that is. Sorry for the confusion. And Zimodir, it's good to see you. Doors aren't generally unlocked. That stuff's usually all left where it's supposed to be. Liquids and drinks are all where they were supposed to be. You'll have random dwarves assigned as nobles, like it unassigns all your nobles and usually elects a new mayor. Sometimes there will be some new dwarves, sometimes some will be gone. Most of them will still be there. And then aside from that, it's everything is just placed in a random location. Thankfully, like, liquids are respected now, which is nice. So, like, your fort isn't going to be flooded. Because they fixed the liquid tables, which is cool. I'll read it in a bit. The most recent post was mostly just me rambling about, like, self-esteem and shit, so. My blog goes from, like, talking about video games to just, like, rambling, so depends on the week. Armitage, the dwarven child, has been found dead. I don't know how you ended up above ground, but you did. Same with Lil Baza. What? I don't know how they got above ground. Unless... No. Oh. Never mind, I do know how they got above ground. Huh! Okay, well that makes a lot of sense. The Vomit Road? Yep, such is 30-year-long cavern forts. Such is 30-year-long cavern forts. Yeah. That's not a child, that's a young adult. And I'm not sure where this dwarf is going. Should forbid my death items too. Turn around or die. Okay, don't. See if I care. Yes, Royal Chard Catcher. Mr. Can't read either. Of course that's green grass. What else do you think it would be? Something I miss about ASCII DF is I used to have vomit set to be blue. I don't know why. It just amused me. And then people would be like, wow, you've got really pretty floors. And I'd be like, yeah, floors. Because it was the same color as Cobaltite. That tunnel looks familiar. I mean, I've been playing this fort for 45 in-game years now. So if you tuned in like a month ago, that might be why it looks familiar. Your face is composed of vomit. Quit talking about Twitch chat like that. Shaku, sheesh. That's rude, I'll have you know. They're right here, they can see you. Actually, no, I should be saying that. Stop talking about YouTube chat like that. Anyways. You're describing steak, Ilmir. Guess that means I'm recognizable. Speaking of things that are recognizable. Diamond the Second was found dead, drowned. You know, Diamond died the same day they were named. And then today they name another dwarf, and they managed to die again in the exact same way. That is actually impressive. Like, exceptionally impressive. Like, genuinely, that is very impressive. Like, I can't remember the last time that happened to somebody. Actually, hold on a second. Before I do that, I'm just going to go over to here. These all have cages in them. Just going to go down to here and place a slab right there. And go, you're right here. So if you keep walking forward, I can catch you in here. Possibly. Deathloop? You mean that... Who made that game? Who made Deathloop, chat? Fuck! Stay underground. I realize this tunnel basically doesn't exist anymore. God damn it. What are you shooting fireballs at? What? Buddy. A kestrel? All of that for a kestrel? I mean, I feel similarly whenever I see a starling, but like, geez. You know, it's funny that you say that. Currently, we're at a pretty consistent 30 to 40 frames. Whenever there's a forest fire, the forest fire itself isn't that bad. The thing that hurts my frame rate is the trees collapsing. And then the frame rate goes down to about 15. So I lose about a third. But I keep just extinguishing it because it's not really benefiting anybody. I can fly? Yep. And now it's going to the furthest reaches of the map again. Also, there's nothing really for it to burn there, I don't think. Because it's all burned. No, it can't leave. Demons are like forgotten beasts. They're tied to the map. How many things has it killed? It's got 7 notable kills and a kestrel. Oh, that's funny. All right, well, geez. It can leave its friends behind, too. I'm just going to lock this door. In other news, I have no idea why dwarves keep appearing in the water down here. But dwarves keep drowning down here somehow, and I have no idea how. Like, true story, I have no idea why there's, like, so many dwarves down in here, and why this one is actively drowning. Nor do I know why this one is in here drowning either. Oh, there must have been a cave-in. Must have been that. Yeah, it has to have been that. Whoops. Welp. Hilmar died. Pineapple was put to rest. Karate died. Lolbaza died. Armitage died. Cool. Demons must be using wall hacks. I mean, life would be easier if they were. And Toasted was found dead. Cool. I guess the other thing I should do is go make some tombs. In other news, do I? Oh shit! We don't need any more bedrooms. Well, that's good news at least. For the first time in Fortress history, I don't actually need more bedrooms. Great news. Time to celebrate. Oh, that's funny. ESP, what's that? Honestly, like, there's just too much going on in this fort right now. It's kind of hard to follow a fort like this at a point. And we are far beyond that point. Although I will say, this song slaps. This isn't a slippery hallway. No, this was canceled construction due to blocks moving, causing a cave-in, which caused them to be knocked backwards and into the water, is what caused that. Anyway, the child's begun a mysterious construction. Terrible. It keeps causing problems, annoyances, issues, and I should never have released it, and I regret my life and everything I've done in my life. How's your life? Hopefully less regrettable than mine. Also, apparently this dwarf has committed crimes, so I will convict them. Okay, so Giant here should leave out this way. Although I should be smart and forbid everything in here. Actually, it's a secondary thing I could do, but it would make the... Oh, I see the problem. I've also locked this. I mean, at least there's a pretty cool... That's a pretty cool place to go work. Lots of people would love to go to Japan to work. Or get to go to Japan for any reason. Welcome back, Josh, though. The notification is yours or mine. I used to run into that with League of Legends Wizard Tower. Hopefully cool things are happening in your fort. But welcome back, Josh. We've had a heck of a day. Fortunately, all these dwarves dying is good for the overall frame rate. I do have to say that. Okay, so bridge is now open. Which means the giant should move up, down, and is now caught. So I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to unforbid all this. I'm going to unforbid all this. And I'm going to go... Unless the cage is already getting picked up. Ah, it is. Also, what kind of cage is that? It's a nickel cage. Okay. You're in the burrow. You're also not forbidden. You're accessible. Oh, there you are. I see. Okay. I'm just dumb. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to go over to this right here and unbuild this. We're going to have a Cyclops versus a giant. Is what we're going to do. Do I have any rock crystal? I'm going out of my way to not make clear glass. I don't really care if I have rock crystal, if that's what you're suggesting. I don't really... Like, as far as I know, there isn't much difference in the vision, and I don't really care. But I probably have rock crystal. I'm not going to make crystal glass, though. That's a clear glass cage. Is there a bracket made for the battles? Nope. Do you think I put that much thought into this? Some people have unlimited free time. I don't. If you want to make one, go nuts. Well, let's do this. And jump down to the basement. And see how the old diggin's doing. Sad days. The dwarven child has created Kurilushkoban, a forgotten beast bone door, and offers it to the head cave of clobbering. Well, that's nifty. I'm gonna throw that. Right here, actually. No, it's Forgotten Beast Bone. Greg and then some. Come on. Can you make thrones for the fight? We have plenty of thrones in the tavern. I don't know what you mean. Oh yeah, no. If it got lit on fire, you would have to pour water on top of it. But the other thing that you could do, or you could actually destroy it if lava flowed underneath it, but it'll reappear if you ever explore there in adventure mode. They won't sit in them, so what's the point? In regards to the thrones? If you're asking me, can I put thrones in the arena? I don't see the point at this point because, like, the arena is now full of miasma and corpses, and I kind of don't really want to go throwing a bunch of stuff in there now unless it's, like, directly benefiting the fighting. So. The Cyclops coming in with a steel chair. I mean, there's already tons of random Viscera and Detritus for them to throw around if they wanted. Okay, then I need to go over to here. Go tombs. It's not what I wanted. I wanted slabs. Okay. Let's go up to here. Do this. Gonna have to put all those diamonds out at some point with water. And this will all drain sooner than later. Finally finding them all dead, slowly. This is true. You can, in fact, get flaming folding chairs. You can also sit in it to get an intelligence boost. Okay, so let's go up to here. See if that door's been placed. I want to see it. So Forgotten Beast Bone Door, all craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular cristophrases, cabochons, as well as chert cabochons, and decorated with emerald cut green glass gems and encircled with bands of oval obsidian cabochons and sheep leather. On the item is an image of a decahedra in Forgotten Beast Bone. On the item is an image of Rigoth, Fortress Gulfs, the round faces, the dwarf, and crowns in bronze. Rigoth is raising the crown, is surrounded by the crowns. The artwork relates to their loving of the crowns, I would presume. And there's also an image of a giant penguin in tourmaline. That's actually a very simple artifact, all things considered, but a noteworthy one. As far as like stuff being noteworthy, I'm going to be putting statues of the winners of the fights down here. So we're going to have to just roll with that because that seems to be, I think, about as much as we'll be doing as far as memories of the fights. That first one should be a statue of the Cyclops. Oh, man. It's going to take me a while to get down into there. Just tired of this. Stuff burning. Please stop burning the surface. Please stop. So once I'm done removing all of this roofing here, then we'll just go down into here and I'll dig out all this and then I will pump water over top of it again and rinse repeat. Although we'll need to do this first, so. Okay, so Cyclops over here is connected to a lever. And now we're just waiting on this cage, which appears to be getting connected. We do actually have a shit ton of coins in this fort already. I really wish that betting was a thing that was actually in Dwarf Fortress, because right now it's kind of not. You know what? We should connect it to the other one. So you're supposed to be connected to this. And this, I saw Forbidden Barrel. Where was that? And then this, you're currently connected to the Goblin. You're connected to the Giant. You should also be connected to the Cyclops. So the Cyclops should be connected to the same lever as the Giant, and then all we need to do is pull both of them simultaneously, and then that should deal with it. And then once all of this is linked up, then we can start the next fight. Well, I mean, Tavern games are... There's two things that are in Legends mode, right? That aren't in Fortress mode yet that I really want. And the first one is Tavern games, basically like they can gamble on stuff, they can bet on stuff, they can play games of chance, they can play games for fun, play games to pass the time, which are things that you can see in Legends mode. And then there are also sports, which are procedurally generated, which are usually like the celebration of so-and-so and such on behalf of so-and-so on the 15th year of this for the third celebration of Nonsense Machine, and they performed foot races and axe throwing competitions. And they keep track of the victors, all in Legends. I would like to see those work their way into Fort mode, because I think that would be fun. Queuing green tea. What's up? Your dwarf almost drowned, but then didn't. So congrats. I don't know. No, miasma has no effect on FPS. None whatsoever. The only like cloud or thing like that that does is smoke, and that's just because it blocks line of sight and prevents pathing. So it acts as like a temporary wall. Maybe crafting rigged ones to win. Then everybody would just craft the rigged dice, and then you just win all the time until you get caught, and then you just murder them. But queuing green tea, what's up? It's good to see you. Isn't that fun when you just like post a hello emote or an emote that you're used to using, and then somebody else just randomly posts the same emote? I've seen that happen before, but like outside of the Dwarf Fortress directory, I saw somebody post crypt beer once, and then another person added them and responded with crypt beer. And I hadn't even said anything in the chat. I was just lurking. I was like, "Huh, that's funny." I felt successful for one moment in my life. It highly depends on their family. It means they need to do something that they consider tradition. It could be learning a skill. It could be crafting something. It could be worshiping a god. Uphold tradition is the most it depends of all of the needs. But it's one of their needs. Or it's going to be linked to one of their needs, rather. Scarring days walking through this room. Tradition is just peer pressure from dead people. Wouldn't it just be self-inflicted peer pressure then? Okay, so you're already connected. Cool. You're connected. Meaning I can lock that. And when you leave this, I can also lock this. I can pull the lever for this. And now we just need this to be done, and then I can pull that lever. Speaking of, Trell's been re-elected mayor. And then we can do the second fight. So after this next ad break, basically. Sure, I can queue up bets. Who wins, Cyclops or Giant? Would be the question. Just let me open up my dashboard again. Oh, that's neat. They added a history. You have, we'll just say 2 minutes to bet. They're both full HP. Wolfist Wolf. You bet one potato on Giant? That's a very hefty bet. I mean, Wolfist Wolf died today, so unless you insist, I would prefer you give it to somebody who hasn't had one recently. Clockwork Dragon. Because that's generally, like, the way I try and do these, right? Buddy. This thing, man. To hell with this monster. Maybe I could have tracked it in if it... As in like a Hunger Games style? Come on, go north, go north, go north, go north, go north, go north. Please go north. Also, there's an ad break, so I'm pausing game. Come on, go north. This is open. Should be able to enter the fort. But I believe the game paused until the... Q and Green Tea currently has a dwarf. Whomst alive. Dwarf Fortress Therapist has been irrelevant since version 50, which is both for the freed and paid versions, Lost EXE. Because jobs have been completely changed, how they work. First person to post 3 smiles in YouTube chat gets a dwarf benefited by and provided by a Clockwork Dragon. And also while Mario. Let's unpause. Or just, you know. Hello, Donut. What up? Daniel Dado. What kind of dwarf you want? Sorry for making this difficult, Clockwork. That kind of is my only rule, though. It's just if somebody's dwarf died today, let them rest for a bit. It's mostly just to, like, even it out so everybody gets a chance. That's the idea, anyway. Since when am I a sire? You want a gem cutter? Would you like the one that's in the military or the lady one who's not in the military? I may have other gem workers too. I also have Zon, who's a gem setter. And so do I. Yep. Bam, 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 bam. So fun fact, I have the 45 of that on record. It's the best 89 cents I ever spent. You want the one in the military. Okay. Daniel Dado. Hole portal. Uh-huh. Hole. Is shameless and unfazed by the thoughts of others. There's a dirty joke in your last name there somewhere. He's prone to strong feelings of jealousy and thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and has a sense of duty. He likes a little excitement now and then after seeing Etor's dead body and is grateful when others help him out and tries to return favors and doesn't think before acting. He dreams of mastering a skill and is personally somewhat put off by trade and commerce and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. And dreams of mastering a skill. Likes magnetite and silver, as well as praise opal, and a giant rat tooth in the color rose taupe, and leggings and thrones and crowns and flasks and giant pythons for their size. In the words of the fortuitous pregnancy and when possible prefers to consume adder, not black adder, just adder, and pendant amaranth beer, as well as durian seeds, and hates lizards. I've always wanted to eat a durian. How low cost records are? It depends on the record, and sometimes you kind of have to get lucky. That one I actually bought online, and then shipping was $5, I think. But this was also a couple of years ago. Prices have changed a bit. And also, you know, a 45 is just a single, right? So it's 2 songs. There's 2 songs from that album, and that was it. Add her? You might want to friend her first before you add her. You know what I'm saying? Come on, that was pretty funny. Oh my fucking Christ. Ugh. So many bodies. So many bodies. Okay. 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 Oh, frame rate's gone again. Something must be burning. Where'd Tick Demon go? He's back in the fort. He's back in the fort. He's back in the fort. Okay, so that's bad, but also good, but also bad, but also really good, but also really bad. Mostly bad, but good, I guess. Somebody land a bolt, please. Wish us luck. Wish us luck, chat. Here comes the Tick Demon. The good old Gorge of Ores. I really need to recover this squad a bit. Bolts are missing. And now the gate is shut. And Kivish here is getting an opportunity to fire off bolts. See if I can get you to go a little bit north. Seems to have missed a bunch of shots. The demon did in fact take a bolt in its body. Did in fact take a bolt in its body. What about Screaming may come with 1 orange brain cell? Most of these dwarves actually have flasks, which means a lot of them can handle getting set on fire briefly. This right here can get closed. Zathan here is pulling the lever. And there it goes. Let's see if I can get some more shots out. Okay. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck? We're gonna need it. I miss the orange cat I used to live with, to be honest. I don't miss the Torty. Torty was a bit of a bitch. He was a really poorly behaved cat. It's been hit by another bolt. Just got hit by another bolt. Wish us luck. Fighting's about to begin. Because I'm going to tell my squads to go kill this demon. It begins, chat. It begins. Fire's about to release. We're about to find out if the dwarves can do battle intelligent. I take that as yes. Yes, they absolutely can. See? This is what I mean by if they have flasks, they get a second chance at life. Because not only are they blocking it, those two were on fire for a moment and are no longer on fire. Up there is about to be a problem, though. As for the beast, it is bleeding once again. And fighting with Tun. The Marksdwarf Tun says, I've been injured badly, begone fear. But he did improve his fighting, and that was clearly satisfying. The Flying Iron Bolt strikes the Tick Demon in the 5th leg, tearing the muscle. And Kivish says, I had an intellectual discussion with an acquaintance, and it is interesting. Uh-huh. Does it also happen to be your demon? Okay, let's keep following the Tick Demon. And it seems that we've now got another dwarf on fire. And another dwarf on fire. So it seems Kib and Kivish are now both doing the burning. But also a pretty good job dodging. Oh, it seems that we've got another dwarf who was extinguished briefly, but then caught fire again. There goes Belug, the stonecutter. And Kivish is doing a decent job dodging. Okay, this is sad. The dwarf himself is not on fire, but his shoes are. I've been injured badly. There is no hope, he said. And Kib the Axe Dwarf is now fighting. And they say they're not feeling sad right now. Are you just going to stand there and die? No, you're not. Cool. That's good. The fire was put out twice by this dwarf, but it seems to have come back. Liar, liar, shoes on fire? Sure. Believer Grim, the child, is now bleeding after coming out of bed. So, that's a grim way to go. Here comes Saigon, who has blocked. The Tick Demon takes the militia captain down by the pigtail dress. And then they're unable to break the grip because it is, in fact, a legendary fighter and wrestler. But mayhaps they'll be able to get some more hits in. This thing being a legendary fighter is going to make it a pain in the ass to kill. Zacher right here threw something. I saw something fly, but I'm not sure what it was. Rest in peace, Zacher. Also, can I get a round of Fs for all of the dwarves that have fallen on this day? I'm not sure what you're... Oh. There was a Hammerlord in there. Who's now fighting in melee range with the creature, but most likely unable to get a hit in due to their burning clothing. If they try and fight in here, the dwarves will have an advantage, but that's if they manage to fight in there. And fireballs are flying out. Creature is now down here, underground. That's the Tick's bedroom now. I don't have a way to lock it in there, though. I don't disagree, though. Got a child who's now dying. And I'm seeing bits of the creature flying. Ooh, jump backwards. Jump into the mist. Jump into the mist. Jump into the mist! Jump into the mist! The creature is faint and heavy bleeding. And moving forward, the mist has put out multiple fires. I am seeing lots of blood. Attis is now dead. The Swordmaster is on top of it, winded. I've improved my wrestling, the dwarf said. Was able to stab it several times. This is easily the strongest creature we've fought in this fort so far. What have you missed? I let the tick demon into the fort to try and fight it for fun. Because I figured that would be exciting. Where did that dwarf go? He just vanished. And now I just hope it goes north. No! Go north! There you go. That's where I need you to go. Thank you. Christ. So now it's in an area where there is water. So I'm hoping, at least for a little bit, the fire will just get extinguished. But maybe my wishes are too much. Seems to not be extinguishable. Come on, dwarf. Oh, you're not even getting hits in. Same with you. Also not getting hits in. Okay, Zalvi the second is standing up here. Maybe if Zalvi can get a hit or two off. Fires off a bolt, and it hits it. Fires off a second bolt. And goodbye, Zalvi. I let it in, actually. I was tired of kiting it back and forth. Then we get a very brave dwarf, Dagal, the militia captain, who is wielding an elemental spear, who in a fit of rage charges the creature. Stabs the creature. Oh wait, no, that's the previous one. Where's the tick demon? Stabs the tick demon in the first foot, tearing the muscle. Lodges the spear firmly in the wound. And then the creature rips it out. He pulls on the spear and rips it out, blocks the fire, stabs it again with the spear, bruising the guts, stabs it a third time, and then says, I was caught in smoke underground. That's not annoying. Stabs the tick demon in the fifth leg with an elemental spear, tearing the muscle. A ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The elemental spear was lodged in the wound again, stabs it again in the body, kicks it in the fourth leg, stabs it in the head, which tears the brain. He blocked the fire multiple times, actually, and then says, I've improved my spear. That was satisfying. Tick is now your name. What a goddamn god. What an absolute fucking champion. F's for the fallen, damn right. Damn right. You goddamn right. I think it's time for a fight in memoriam. After I get all of these being made into, you know, bits and pieces. Finally. I was trying to kill that thing for so long. It doesn't matter the sacrifice. That was worth it. Like, yeah, we lost a lot of dwarves, but Jesus, man. I'm so happy that thing's fucking dead. Even though we lost a lot of dwarves in the process, like... Honestly, genuinely worth it. Attis. Our crew. There's so many. Kibanan. Goden Ole Logim. Some otters. Rip some otters. We also, wait, man, we lost more than I even realized. Worth it. I maintain that. Says like 35? Yeah, something like that. Big round of Fs for all those dwarves who passed, but I like to think that their sacrifice was worth it. I like to think. Oh, man. We started at 200 dwarves this morning, by the way. That's where we're at, if anybody's unaware. I'm sure there's some dwarves getting put into tombs. Nope. Not currently, apparently. Okay, well, I guess it's time for us to make some things fight. Which means I'm going to release the giant and the Cyclops. So, if you threw in a prediction, you may want to look up, because to the 13 of you who bet on the giant and the 7% of you who bet on the Cyclops, if the Cyclops wins, you're going to be laughing. You're truly going to be laughing. Giant for the win? Well, it's either that or it's a giant mistake. So, round of beers. And a good luck to the fighters. For they've both been released. And now I just need to open the bridges. Bridge number 1. And bridge number 2. Come on, Chess is like, we got this, boys. Betting on the underdog. It'd be pretty cool if you did win, actually. I mean, it's possible. Crazier things have happened. Just getting rid of a few jobs that aren't as necessary these days. Okay. It's the first lever pulled. Now it begins. So on the left side we have the giant, and on the on the left side we have the Cyclops, and on the right side we have the giant. So now we just need the other door to open. What was your bet? Brain Fist. The two enter the arena and blood begins to fly. The Cyclops strikes at the giant, but the shot was deftly parried. The giant punches the Cyclops in the head with his left hand, bruising the muscle. I'm also going to quickly jump over here and release the two goblins, just to, add a little bit of silliness to the mix. The Cyclops is bleeding heavily, and actually is also wielding a weapon. It's just much less effective. The Cyclops is wielding a pair of chain leggings. But the giant was bleeding briefly, because it seems that Cyclops struck, but it was deflected. Cyclops strikes in the lower arm, actually managed to fracture a bone. So the giant has been partially fractured. You're an expert observer and dodger, and shield user, you're just slightly rusty. But it appears that the Cyclops has been vanquished, and our giant remains victorious. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Crap. Because we're about to have some goblins released. Oh, there they go. Goblin number 1. And then goblin number 2. That was very quick. Then I can go over to here and release this, and we can recatch the Cyclops to begin again. And now I can tab over to here, and I can go to prediction, choose outcome, giant, and complete the prediction. How about them giants? How about them? Okay, so that's a nickel silver cage. And is now set to be rebuilt. You bet 5K. Did you get 5K 474 back then? I mean, that's a decent amount of watch time to earn that, so it's not nothing. What'd you miss? Yeah, murder tick. Some of the, you know, the worst of the, who is the biggest winner, does it say? No, it doesn't. What was your payouts, chat? We should look into updating your game, possibly. That's not bad. That's a dwarf, Jezza. Negative 8,010, rip. 79, you bet 69? Nice. I have to say this, it's the law. And then what I gotta do is I gotta go down to here. That wasn't even a bet. No, not really. Oh, apparently Beelug and Kavish have also been missing for a week. Oh my god. I've lost so many dwarves. Did I lose any nobles? No, I did not. Nobody's super noteworthy anyway. I was gonna throw some more jewelers up here. And then I guess down here I'll just toss some more stoneworkers in. It's too many blocks. Did something nearly disastrous happen? Well, not nearly. Something disastrous happened, but I wouldn't say it was too bad. I let something disastrous happen. There was a demon running around on the map that was a tick, and it was made out of well, it shot fire. It was a demon that shot fire, and it ran around on the surface for a while because we figured it would be fun to release it, sort of. And while it's on the surface, it trained up a lot and got the opportunity to gain a bunch of skills. And then I let it back in because I noticed an opportunity to let it back in because I was so tired of it constantly setting the surface on fire and hurting the frames. So I let it in and it killed most of my military. But we did kill it, so I'm happy. I don't know about diehard levels of disastrous. That's a bit intense. We don't need any bedrooms anymore, so I would call that a positive. It's not all bad. I mean, a lot of it was bad, but it wasn't all bad. Oh, here comes some water. Okay, it seems that all of this stuff has been made visible. Some lava comes out too. That's terrifying. All right, let's get some pumping going. Also, I should make another art of the giant. Confident rapidity. I'm not specifying what images of the giant, just images of the giant. Because I figure they'll make something cool. Dwarves know best, after all, in some ways. That was a flesh wound. Well, it depends on whether or not we get the opportunity to trade this year. If we don't... If we do, yeah, it was just a flesh wound. Also, I need to check something. How the fuck? Oh, right, yeah. I forgot about that. Well, I've got one twisting metal. Got a ways to go still, but... In other news, the Forgotten Beast Yugeth has come, a huge eyeless kite. It has a round shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous bite. That sounds like a dwarven nursery rhyme. Problem is, I know for a fact my dwarves are out in the caverns. Just gonna kind of hope that not all of them are. And if that's true, and in fact not all of them are, then it is possible that I could catch it. Also, its body is still there. We were, in fact, able to close the door, so that part's good. That's shut. This is a good one, I hope so. But it should be locked out of the fort. Actually, hold on, let me check something real quick. It currently, in fact, has access to the fort, so I need to pull this too. Oh, the tune's good? Yeah, no, I agree. I do agree with that. So me pushing some water down in here. Let's just forbid all of this. So that dwarves don't go do it dumb and try and haul stuff and then fall into the water. Instead, the dwarves will just get mostly unexpected showers. Just trying to put these fires out. Ooh. I guess that must be a item 2. An Electrum cabinet and tomb. Do I have any Electrum? I think I should be able to make 3. And then let's also just jump over to here. Nope, here. Also kind of worried that these are going to start canceling. Thankfully, we are getting quite a few slabs built, so that's good. Batch up a bunch of nail holes and timber. I'll enjoy that. Sounds like a fun way to spend a day. Certainly not the worst way to spend a day. Also got this silver statue of dwarves, which I'm just going to chuck somewhere close by, where dwarves can enjoy it. I wonder what you're encrusting. Random mechanisms and wheelbarrows. How much? That's a fancy fucking wheelbarrow. This is a wheelbarrow that's just like full of sapphires. Shit. Ugh, what a blinged out goddamn wheelbarrow. What a thing. Coffins, wheelbarrows, large gems, thrones. Okay, so all this down here is now done. And you can stop pumping. This ain't quite hooked up yet, but it's getting there. There's 3 different place item and tomb tasks. 3 different ones. So at this point, all I need are these floor pieces built. And then I can cave all this in. And we'll see what we find next. Just gonna queue these up first, though. The only way to limit decorating items is by linking stockpiles together. It's one of my bothers with it, which is why I generally just let it run and don't complain about it. Because I really wish that there was more customizability in that. But there just isn't, so... I'm going to just kind of find some volunteers right now for this. Keyfry, you've wanted to train for a while, so we'll let you train even though you're depressed. Throw in some planters. Do I have any hunters? Probably not. Animal trainers, nah. Peasants. Bessemer, sure. Dodge this, sure. These are all gonna be Mark's dwarves, because I just need Mark's dwarves. Mark's dwarves don't have to be as selectively plucked from the crowd. We also are letting Clockwork run that squad. Just got 2 more things to get rid of. The water keeps flowing. Yeah, exactly, Erman. That's the only way that really works. Erman's correct. I think I can just let this cave in. It's time to begin the next cave in, chat. Who's ready? No, never mind. I need somebody else to finish linking. What? Oh, it was paused. It's okay. You don't where we're going. You don't need to know how to swim. We need to finish hooking up. Also, Zalvi, were you here when you died? I think I jinxed you today. I'm sorry. Well, while that dwarf does that. You right here, you right here, you right here. Okay. Zavi the third? Come on, you know the rules and so do I. I'm gonna refund that. I'm just not even gonna argue anymore. You get 1 dwarf per stream. If you redeem a new one the same stream, you don't get it. That's where I'm just, this is so that other people once in a while get an opportunity to get a dwarf. Okay? And I really cannot stress this enough, Zalvi. I've got no personal problems with you. I really want to time you out right now. Come on, man. Like, let other people... Like, I had an argument with somebody earlier today about, like, their redeeming not working. Why do I do this to myself? Why? And there's plenty of people that have never had a dwarf mate. No, they don't, because we refunded it. That's not how this works, mate. Just don't do that again, please. I mean, after that, like, giant tick demon, yeah, of course we all need a round of beer. Of course we do. You want to see if you can survive long term? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I know exactly what I'm going to do for the next fort, but we're going to finish this fort first. Did it die? Well, I'm not seeing that beast, so I'll just close this again. Down to here. We need a level 5 hype train. It's been a minute since that's happened. So I should be able to close this. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Eggs. I kind of wish this fort was over. Like, I'm enjoying it, but it's been running for too long. It's getting kind of obvious that some people are getting real bored of it. But I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. But based on how slowly things have been going today, I don't think we're going to be finishing it today. Even if I just streamed this fort for 12 hours. Which I really should. Stream this fort for like 12 hours and just get it done. But we'll try. I did want to play Star Sector today, but... No, I think, like, the game is designed for you to keep it going as long as you're interested, right? And I'm still interested in the fort. Like, I'm still having a lot of fun with this fort. It's just I stop having as much fun when it becomes pretty obvious that chat's bored shitless. And, you know, chat's pretty obviously bored. So I would like to start a new fort for greedy financial reasons, not for like actual gameplay enjoyment reasons, if that makes any sense. Like, it's entirely like the wider audience is the issue. It's not the people watching today that are the issue. You guys are all tuned in and I think enjoying it, otherwise you wouldn't be. Whereas, you know, then I also have to like argue with people like what, you know, happens when people redeem dwarves again the same second they die, and then people get upset that like they don't get a dwarf redeemed, and it's like, oh my god, I want to go take a cold shower. Oops. I misspelled quick save. Well, the thing is, it's not any of you who are watching that are to blame. Egg. So you saying, like, you're enjoying it, you just don't play when you're playing. Like, or you don't talk when you're playing. That's fine. Please act exactly as you normally would. The difference is, if you look at my stats on a day when I start a new fort, we have 300 people watching on Twitch and 200 on YouTube. Right now there's about 180 on Twitch and about 50 on YouTube. So it's not you that are here. You that are here are doing exactly what you should be doing, and I hope that you're enjoying the stream. Can you make another good video on starting a fort for dummies? I have one that is still perfectly relevant. Watch it. Nothing has changed. I've got, like, dozens at this point, if you also count the streams. Hundreds, even. I'm not going to make another tutorial that is exactly the same content as a tutorial that I've already made. So that's this, and now we can pull this lever. Now it's just a matter of waiting for one more dwarf to come down here and pull the lever. See, I don't really know what you need. Recycled car catcher. If you can't find the video, it's getting started with fort mode. Zalvi, I don't need you to mansplain to me why. Sorry, I'm still kind of frustrated with you. Also, it's warm in here. Should probably turn a fan on or something. I know exactly why, and trust me, I probably know better than anybody. Not to be a sarcastic twit, but I've been streaming this game kind of nonstop since 2018. If anybody knows why people stop watching forts after a while, it's this guy. Anyway, I know you're not intending it. I just want the subject to change. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be yet another treasure of the gods, and another one, and another one, and another one. And we've also discovered something evil, which is emerging from the newly exposed pocket, as well as an echo of forgotten divine retribution. We also check for heat, and another echo of forgotten divine retribution. And we check for heat. What devilry is this? And it does the thing again. We've got a pockmarked metal crown. Well, craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Got a flowing metal training sword. Ooh. And that's the crown from before. Down here we've got a depraved soldier maceman, where dwarves won't specifically haul bags. I don't think that's a bug. It's probably just a job priority issue. Values martial prowess. Bent ruddy metal mace. Over here we've got this thing, which is a sauropod devil. It is a very large one-eyed sauropod. It has a knobby shell and a bloated body. Its scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its deadly stuff. It's deadly dust. The deadliest of dusts. I don't see anything else. Something skeleton over there. Chaos Champion? That must be the other one. It's coated in green diamond. Well, that's pretty metal. This is a sleek, pale, and twisting. Sleek, pale fabric, and then twisting metal pike. And then over here, I've also got a thin, twisting metal spear. That's pretty cool, too. All right, and then let's go up to here to the Monarch's, I guess it's bedroom? No, it's tomb. I don't feel like doxing the concerts that I'm going to go to in the next month. I'll talk about concerts after I've been to them. I realize you're trying to change the subject, and I appreciate that. I'm not trying to dodge. But let's just focus on the game, yeah? So this thing's bleeding very heavily. Moving towards the door and waiting. It's got deadly blood. Let's just move these squads down this way. Subtropic communist. Also, yeah, bags being considered furniture used to be a lot more obvious because you actually used to be able to construct bags like a cabinet, and they used to operate like cabinets. I think it was cabinets. It might have been boxes, but let's get the dwarves to deal with this thing as quickly as possible, ideally. Okay, so Nish here appears to be bleeding. Who's talented? Faint, heavy bleeding, seriously injured. The creature is dead, and Dwarf has made it. Let's get them back to training. And then this thing is down here, who still isn't dead. But, I don't mind a noob question, no. I wonder, actually. Can I drown you? I don't know if angels need water, or if angels need air. Let's find out. Your doctors managed to save a dwarf with half their body rotting due to deadly blood. That's something. Hey, chat, can I just get a round of beers? I need to reset this conversation and not just respond to things Zalvi are saying. I know that you are trying, Zalvi. I'm not mad at you, okay? I'm mad at like how the prediction and the redemption systems work. Let's just talk about what's happening in the game currently without asking me super abstract questions about something completely unrelated. You're just perpetuating my mild annoyance with you and not really improving anything. I am a frustratable, stupid, bad person. Just, we're good. Stop trying so hard. Please. On that thought, I'm actually going to go open up a window because I'm too... The sun's shining right into the window and it's reflecting off my arm and it's heating me up too much. which is perfect. Apparently, like, Twitch just has pre-built animated emote templates. And I think it's kind of nifty, so I made that one animate. Why is there a baby? Oh, it's a ghost. Well, that's grim. If a workshop has 2 tasks set as repeat infinitely, does the dwarf does the task A and then task B and then task A then task B? They do A and then B. Yeah, they swap. Until they run out of the materials or are unable to get to said materials, and then they just cancel it. Kill it and not memorialize it? It's actually quite simple, really, in regards to the baby. But yeah, I really wish that there was more alternatives and things I could do with the Dwarf Redemptions. I'm sorry it's not perfect. Everybody hates it, but I don't really have a better way of doing it. So it is what it is. All right, let's go down here and maybe deal with that sooner than later. Yeah, no, it's one of these skeletons, because a bunch of dwarves fell in here and drowned. Uh, 23, I think. +23. +1 tick demon. I shouldn't do this, but I think I'm going to. Chat, I'm in a terrible mood. I've been in a weird headspace all week, it seems. I wanted to stream longer and play Star Sector, but it's not your fault, Zavi. It's you. It's not you. It's not you. But I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go do something else. I'm just not in a good spot. I don't want to yell at anybody. So we'll be on tomorrow, normal time, and I will continue plucking away at this nightmare of a fortress. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. I'm gonna disappear for a second first. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to see stream tomorrow, we'll be on normal time, 9 a.m. Pacific on Twitch, 10 a.m. on YouTube, or on the VOD channel like 4 or 5 days after the fact, which is at Blind Extras. You can also find my blog at blindirl.com. You can also buy merch on my merch store. Links should be in the YouTube stream description. Otherwise, if you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you tomorrow, normal time. Twitch chat. We're going to go raid somebody. So don't run off. Unless